What's up? What is up? Okay, first thing I'm gonna do is take off these headphones. So, what's up, Adam? What up, dog? What it do? What it do? Adam, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Adam? Make sure everything's working right before I get going here. Awesome. All right, first off, of course, 2 days ago, I get sick. I haven't been sick in a long time, but I am sick now. I almost canceled this, but we are here now. So, everybody that's watching and everybody that joins us later, just know that I'm just going to see how this goes. I'm definitely going to break this evening for sleep. Um, so just know that I'm not feeling very well, and I apologize for the way I sound. But anyways, we're here, and I'm gonna kind of try to treat this just like a normal work day. Um, I don't think that I'm gonna have to go through the night, and uh, but I'm just gonna treat it like a normal work day, so it's not like it's straining my body somehow different than I'm normally used to. So, and I do apologize for coughing into the microphone. Okay, so what's up, Adam? What's up, Dustin? Hello, everybody. Looks like you guys are the ones that are here now. I'm really excited about this enduro. I think this I think this topic, and I think the topic of artificial intelligence in general, I think is very fascinating. Um, and I think and especially how it pertains to how it pertains to an artist is even more fascinating to me. Um, just from the get go, I really believe that AI is not going to be going anywhere. It's only be getting better, but I think with that comes its own set of issues and problems and benefits, just like with anything else. And I am using it myself more and more, not just with art, but with other things. Uh, I mean, like writing and organizing and spreadsheets and finance, all kinds of stuff. And something else that I've learned myself just through my own personal experience is that my kids are well, not my kids. My oldest daughter Claire is using it as well, and we can talk about that a little bit later of just how that experience has really changed my outlook on it. But anyways, what my plan is today, I have an idea of what I'm going to do. Um, I have a plan of what I'm going to do. We'll see how that goes. Um, this is going to be half watching me create a deck of cards like normally, but it's also going to be kind of an exploratory thing where if you are a person that wants to learn how to do AI. Now, I'm not claiming to be an expert um, at AI by any means, but I have been using it for quite a few months now, uh, for very specialized, specific things, and I'm getting really good results for myself. And I might as well share that because I think it's interesting. For me, let me see. Let me make sure that I'm still streaming. Yep. It's not working because I switched screens. Sorry. Let me go back. When it comes to AI, you know, um, I think there's a lot of I think with any kind of new thing, there's going to be there's going to be a quick mass hysteria, faddish kind of like drawing to it, and everybody's going to be like, oh, this is really cool, this is good, this is really cool, this is going to change the world, blah blah blah. And then honestly, it's just like with anything else, and then after a while a lot of people just lose interest. um, a lot of people just lose interest. But I think underlying that, there's a group of people that really kind of dig into something. And I'm not just saying this in terms of AI, I'm saying this with anything. There's a group of people that really start to dig into it and they start to try to figure out how to use it to augment and to amplify what they already do. And if you've if you've if you've been around on YouTube or anything like that, or listened to kind of any kind of podcast about this, I mean, this is going to be a little bit of a broken record, but what you're hearing, but it's just this is my view and my opinion only. when I first when I first kind of was exposed to AI as an artist, I was very much in the camp of, and I think this was kind of expected as an artist. Um, I was very much in the camp of, well, I'm never going to use AI. That's cheating. That's stealing. That's not right. Uh, which, in some cases, that is very true. I mean, there's definitely some copyright infringement conversations and things that happen with AI that definitely are not, that definitely have to be talked about and the kinks ironed out. But that goes past just art. I mean, that's with anything. But and I think that what really changed, I think that what really started to evolve my outlook on AI was not just when I started experimenting with it art wise. I think it really started to change when I started using it in a general sense, just in my own life and in other creative outlets, whether it's trying to do daily tasks easier, trying to write better, trying to reply to emails more coherently. Um, but one thing that really, I'm going to start this. I'm going to start this out with this story, and I know this could be anecdotal, but this is, like I said, this is just my opinion on it. I started using Chat GPT to like creative write and to also like um, organize and come up with, brainstorm different stuff. And and through that process, my oldest daughter Claire, she was watching what I was doing, and she was like very interested because she's very interested in that kind of stuff. And all my daughters are very creative, you know not just with drawing but with other artistic stuff, but they're all very creative. And Claire saw me doing that, do the creative writing stuff. And a little backstory: my mother-in-law, Barbara, my wife's mother, obviously, my mother-in-law passed away last August, and my wife and I had been, dealing and experiencing that for probably about the past 3 or 4 years, just dealing with. She had dementia and Alzheimer's. I mean, that's the same thing, basically the same thing, but she had dementia and Alzheimer's, and her health really started to decline very, very fast over the past 3 or 4 years, to the point where my wife was basically her caregiver all day, morning, day, and night. And she passed away in August. And my daughters all really kind of dealt with that. I mean, obviously, my youngest daughter, Olive, she's 6, so she dealt like a 6-year old. And Scarlett dealt with it a certain way. And then Claire, Claire's a little bit different. She's a lot more reserved when it comes to emotions, stuff like that. But when she saw me using AI to like creative write, she was very interested in that, and she actually started to use it as well to create stories because she loves to read. She devours books. She loves stories, and she started using it herself to you know to create her own story. Feeding the feeding chat gpt just ideas and brainstorm plot lines and all that kind of stuff. And and at the same time I was teaching her how to do it, teaching her how to prompt and teaching her how to kind of organize her thoughts and her ideas and how to organize what she was getting from it. And she started writing her own kind of fiction story about a girl that was her age that her grandmother passed away from dementia. And it was very interesting how, you know, she really didn't really process it, externally very much. The passing of her grandmother, but she really did start to kind of process it just in a specific way using AI, writing the story about this girl, and she was using that to really process through it. And that's what really made me start to think about, you know, that really made me start to think about it in a different way of, kind of stepping back from the the initial I'm an artist, I'm never going to use AI, blah blah blah, that's cheating. And I was like, there's something there, and I think it's all about how you approach it and how you use it. So that story kind of leads me into my own kind of journey of how to figure out how to use it and how I'm, integrating it into my own stuff. And, um, you know, and I think that and I've kind of boiled it down to this, and I'm trying to explain this as we go into this. I think there's two camps. I think there's two types of people that use AI. I think there's the type A, the person that uses it, or that views it as uh, like a tool, a tool, and only a tool. Uh, and they kind of go at it from the standpoint of like, um, okay, I'm going to use this to make my life easier. I'm gonna use this to do these things for me. Blah 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 blah. And that's how I approached it in the beginning. But as I um, as I kind of evolved and um, got into it more, I think the other camp of people is the type of person that uses ChatGPT or whatever AI you're using. I just mainly use ChatGPT. Are the people that approach it and use it as if it was like a, a teammate or somebody that helps or like somebody that's on your team. And in my case, in my own experience being like an art director for a game studio, when I was an art director, I never, I didn't do the drawing. I did some of the drawing. I didn't do the majority of the drawing, the painting, the concepting, the stuff like that. I always had crew members or teammates that would do that stuff. My job was you know, to direct it and to work with those teammates to create something in the end. When in the end, when a video game came out or whatever, you know, our names were on it, and I was the art director, that kind of thing. And the similar type of thing could be said for like a movie director or a production designer or anything like that. And I think that I think when you really, at least for me, I think when you approach it that way, um, yes, it can help you do meaningless tasks that you know and automate stuff. But I really think when you start to think of it as a teammate, um, and a crew member, the great thing about it is I can train an AI to either write, in my voice, my style, or whatever, and it's just like a teammate. But that's what I think about it. Uh, so I'm going to stop talking about it, and we're just going to start beginning. So my initial idea is, if you remember, if you've been around now, if you guys have any questions, it looks like only 4 of you guys are around here. But if you guys have any questions uh, or want to talk about this, just type it in the comments and we'll have a chat about it. Because I think we're going to have a lot more time to talk than we usually do, because a lot of this is just going to be going back and forth with the AI and kind of honing it in and talking about it and stuff like that. So if you have any questions or comments, just type them in the thing. So my initial idea, if you were around, if you remember the deck Intaglio, I had a lot of fun with Intaglio. This is the Intaglio file right here. This is the back design. And these are the court cards. Let me see here. Is this the court cards? Yeah. Like, these are the court cards from Intaglio. Now, the story behind Intaglio is there is a deck called, let's see, New Era 42 playing cards. Let's see if I can find them. I think it's 42. I don't know. Anyways, let me just give you the backstory. There was a deck around the turn of the 20th century called New Era. New Era. I think it was New Era 42. And they had, I wish I could find, I bet I have. Let me see if I can find the original scans. And they had these really cool court cards that were the inspiration for the Intaglio's court cards. And so what I did is I took the original, it's 1896 New Era. Let's see here. Okay, here it is. So these are the original court cards for the New Era. I think it's 46, New Era 46. But these are the original court cards for that deck. Let me go back. Let's see here. And I'll show you guys. Let's open this. I'm going to go ahead and download this. Okay. So I'm just going to pull it up in this card to show you kind of an example of what's going on. Okay. No, I don't want an oval. Okay. So this is the original. This is the original card on the right, and this is my kind of interpretation of that card. And as you can see, it's very similar. Basically what I did is I took the designs and everything and then kind of drew them in my own style. I kind of updated some of the details and stuff like that. So like you can see the hand here is different. I redrew the hand. I redrew the hilt of the sword. I added kind of like layers of detail to like these ribbons that go around the sword. I added detail to the face and all that kind of stuff. So in a sense, I took this 1896 deck and I redrew the court cards, and that's where it came from. Because I've always since the beginning, I've always really liked this deck. And I think somebody else in the past few years has used this court card to create a deck of cards as well, but I can't remember what it was. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna continue that process. It was an original deck in 1896. I took that as inspiration reference and redrew them 5 or 6 years ago. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these. I'm going to take my drawings of these characters, and then we're going to transform them into a very, very classical, traditional looking deck of cards. Um, uh, and what I mean by that is basically we're going to take these drawings and then we're going to make them. We're going to make them look like oil paintings, like three-dimensional oil paintings of these characters, and these characters are going to come to life through, utilizing AI, and then we're gonna tweak stuff and make sure that everything works, and then put it all together. And I'm also going to show you guys some really cool processes of like getting some really interesting designs with like pips and stuff like that in the back design. So that's kind of what we're going to do. And in the end, yeah, there's a group of playing cards. I don't even know what they're called, but they're very. I consider them really classic, traditional playing cards. But they had these beautiful. I may have one right here in this box. Let me see. But they have very no, not in that box. I'm not sure where they are, but they have very, very classical, illustrated, kind of oil painting court cards, and I've always liked them. They sometimes have a tendency to kind of be pretty bland, I think, but I'm really interested in just like sometimes you'll find a really good one with really good illustrations, and I've always wanted to try to kind of make one of those, and that's what we're going to kind of do. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to do the back design. Okay. Now I'm just going to go ahead and tell you, I've done lots of experimenting and lots of work developing this kind of stuff, and it's going to move. We're going to move really fast, and we're going to get. We're going to get. We're going to get going really fast, and so this is the original back design for Intaglio. Now, a little bit of backstory on this. I should have brought it down here. A little backstory on this back design. This kind of top design here. You guys there? You guys have any questions or anything? This kind of top design here in this area. We have this. We had like this little. It's just like a home decor thing. That's like a little sculpture. And I'm always pulling reference and getting ideas from different places. When I saw that, wherever we were, I think we were like, I don't know where we were. We may have been at Hobby Lobby or something like that. And I saw this thing, and it's about 2 feet tall, and it just sits on like a table or whatever. And I saw it, and I'll probably show you guys throughout the day. I'll go upstairs and get it. But it's just this little home decor sculpture thing. And I've always loved it. And I used that as the inspiration for this back design. And I just took kind of the motifs in it, and I duplicated it and brought it around and just did my scroll work, my normal scroll work using it. So that's a fun, interesting backstory for this back design. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a very simple process. And then once we get to the court cards, it'll get a little bit more complicated. But I can just show you the way that I've been using AI is I'll do a rough sketch, or I'll take a drawing that I've done in the past, and I'll bring that in, and then I'll use that as the basis, and I'll have, ChatGPT create something out of that. So it's definitely not something where, as an artist, I'm not supportive of just go straight to ChatGPT and ask it to do something, and then you having no input or control in what it's creating, whether it's writing, drawing, or anything like that. There's got to be your direction and your input into the deal. And so that's why I try to start with even if it's a loose sketch, I always try to start with me sketching the idea. And it also helps get what you want faster out of AI. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start with just a spade pip. And we'll probably end up using this as a spade pip or an ace of spades, but I just kind of want to show you the process that I go through. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna sketch a spade pip here, and it's gonna be this is gonna be very familiar to you guys that have seen me work before in the way that I like scroll work and all that kind of stuff. So and in my head, what I'm thinking about when I'm drawing this is I want these pips to look like, almost as if they were like sculpted silver or sculpted gold. You know, I've done stuff like this many times before. So this is not necessarily anything new. But I'm just kind of telling you that because that's kind of my thinking here. But as you can see, I'm keeping I'm keeping everything really loose. But I'm kind of directing where I want it to go. A little thing right there. Let's have it come down like this. Yeah, it feels pretty good. So, and like, that's it. And like, I mean, my normal process would be I would take this and then I would just, bring the opacity down and draw it again and keep refining the detail. But with this, what I'm going to do, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make a new document. We'll call this Intaglio 2 master. And we're going to get everything sorted here right off the bat and try to stay organized. I'm going to add a little bit more detail in here. Let's see. Okay, good. All right. Now, this is where the magic happens. So, I'm going to take this drawing and I'm going to give me a snapshot of it. Boom. Now, with these, we're just going to kind of go straight into it. Okay. So later on, when we start getting the when we start doing the court cards, I'm going to show you how I will create my own custom chat GPT. I'll do a lot of instructing and training before I even start making images to get what I want. But with this, I'm just going to show you a very down and dirty part of the process. So the thing with AI is the key to using AI and getting what you want is just knowing how to ask it the right question. So, or tell it. So I'm just gonna say, I want you. I'll just say it like this: take this drawing of a playing card, or let's call it of a spade pip, and recreate it. And what I want to do is make it look like a oil painting of silver scroll work. And then I'm also going to tell it to put on a white background. Just makes it easier. Put the image on a white background. ground. And I'll take the image that I drew right there. Boom. It's loaded up, and then on oil painting, and I hit go. And then it takes this drawing, it looks at what I've created, and then it'll create an image of that. And it's amazing. Yeah, it's really amazing. And so now a lot of what's going to happen today is just going to be us sitting around waiting for this thing to generate, and hopefully I don't, like I said before, like it's very faddish. Chat GPT was very faddish, and everybody was using it, and I was running into like, because everybody was like trying to turn their dog into something, or, um, and so I'll run into like some, what is it called? Like I hope I don't run into like a wall of like how many times I can use it. So as you can see, it's already generating it from that image that I created. It's already exactly what I'm thinking in my head in terms of the style and the look and the lighting. I can already tell that it's got, I like what it's doing. It's got a little, it's creating a little bit. I like it. It's going good. And so we're just using this drawing here that I sketched and recreating it. And I'm already getting an idea. So like, boom. It's exactly what I was looking for. It's exactly what I was looking for. And so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to copy. I'm just going to look at this and see what I want to change. I already have an idea of putting some kind of like jewel, a jewel inside of here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this image. I'm going to bring this image back into Photoshop. And the cool thing about it is like it did a pretty good job of, maintaining the aspect ratio. It's a little bit short, but that's okay. I mean, I could just scale it up. I mean, it kept it really, really tight. The aspect ratio is good, and so that's what I want. So what I'm thinking now is, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this, and I'm just going to draw over this and kind of refine the idea and change stuff that I may not like, but also use, take the stuff that I do like and keep it. So I like on my original drawing, this part kind of went up, and I like how it on this one, it kind of goes down. So I'm just going to kind of enhance that. Because I like that. And I'm just going to enhance that little design right there. And I'm just going to go back through and kind of rework this design based on what it gave me. I like this little design here where it's a little circle inside of another circle. Let's see, that is pretty interesting. So you are going to prompt it to redefine your original drawing and then take the new drawing and make it your own. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use my initial sketch. I'm going to use my initial sketch to direct it and to prompt it. And then once I get the style and look that I have, I'm going to use that image, and that's what I'm going to use for the actual final image, is what it generates based on my refining and my directing. And then I'll have to do some retouching and stuff like that, just because, it's not going to be able to create the playing cards exactly like I want them, where they're mirrored and stuff like that. But I'm just going to I'll end up using what it generates as the artwork. But what I'm doing is just taking the design, the initial sketch that I have, and kind of taking the parts that I like things that I don't like, and just directing it to what I want. So what I think right here is having like some kind of I don't know if that answers your question or not, but add some detail there where it comes around. Do like that. We'll thicken up this stuff just a little bit so we'll be able to see it better. Add some detail there. Oh, no, I mean, no, this deck is not going to be, this deck will not be like 100% AI in terms of like, I just ask it something and I'm not ever drawing anything. That's where I think that's where I don't think that there is, as an artist, I don't think that that's the realm of stuff that I don't want to do. Because I want to be able to direct it. The only way that I'm using AI is to generate like an artistic style that I'd like to create, not necessarily letting it create the ideas. Because here I'm telling it what I want and I'm directing it to what I want. And that's me making it my own and me developing the look and I'm just using it to actually make it look like what I want, the style. So as you can see, I kind of put this stone in the middle here. I think it might be cool to have a stone because this kind of look will go really well with the court cards. About there. All right, let's take that. So we're going to take that. We're going to take another snapshot of that. All right, let's go back. Okay. All right. Take this drawing. It also has a red gemstone inset in the middle. All right, we'll add that new drawing and let's see what it gives us. I think we're going to like it. I mean, I'm going to like it. I should have told it to put on a white background. It's going to make my life easier. So it's just going to take our refined drawing. Hopefully it recognizes that this is the gemstone here in the middle. Yeah, I can already see it's got the red gemstone, so it's probably going to work. It seems like it made this little circle too big. That's all right though. I like how it's putting it on like a stucco wall and you can kind of see the shadow. It kind of really gives it depth. Yep, see? It recognized what I wanted as the gemstone. It changed the shape a little bit, which that's not bad. I'm just kind of going back and forth to what I drew and what it's creating. There we go. So it got the gemstone. It made it a what is that? Is that a that's a prince? That's not a princess cut. I don't know. I like this. The only thing that I don't like is all of this extra stuff. Like it looks good at this scale, but a lot of this stuff is going to get lost once you zoom out and see it at scale as like a pip, especially if I'm duplicating these a lot. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back and take some of this detail out where it put too much detail into it and see if I can't, see if that doesn't. I'm going to make this bigger. I should have my mirroring on here. Okay. Let's clean this up a little bit so it gives a little bit more girth to that. All right, let's try that. And it's not going to be perfect. That's one thing about AIs. You can't expect it to be exactly what you want every time. You're going to have to put the image on a white background. And what I want to do is I want to make it make the contrast a little bit higher so it's brighter and it pushes the depth. Make the silver material a little brighter to push the contrast, and three. That's not how you spell it, is it? Yeah. All right. All right. Let's see what it does. While it's thinking, I'm going to go back to Photoshop and I'm going to start. Let's do the similar thing to. We'll do a heart. We'll do the heart pip. So I can take this, just duplicate it, because that's what it is, and turn on my mirroring. All right, let's go see what's doing. Yep, see, already much better. It's put on a wider background, which is going to make it easier. Now, if you notice, just notice the difference. Let's take this one. We'll take this one right here, and we'll put it next to the new one, just to show you what I made it do differently. So you can see that already. If I zoom out, I can see the detail longer because I've brightened the silver up and made the contrast So that's what I wanted it to do. So I really like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this. This will be kind of the beginning of it. So I'm going to download this image. I'm going to create me a new folder. We'll go call this Talio2-AI. And then we're going to go generated images. We'll call this spade pip. Okay. So now I like this. I really like the color. I like the value. I like the tone of the silver. And so now that I've already got an image, I'm going to keep this chat open, and it's going to remember all this stuff. And so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back to Photoshop. I'm going to take our heart design that we just did, that we just sketched, do the same thing. Okay. I'm going to go back to chat. And I'm just going to continue the conversation. I'm going to continue the conversation after this image because I know that I like this one. So we're going to say, what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to make this jewel blue for the spades, and I'll make the jewel that's in the hearts red. Okay, so now take this new drawing I did and create a similar image of a heart pip in the same style. Make the, is it gems? How do you spell gemstone? Gemstone red. Okay. So I'm just going to upload that second drawing of the heart. And it's going to take this, it's going to use this because that's our last thing that we created. And we're going to see what it comes up with. Now, sometimes if you keep generating stuff, it'll sometimes veer off and kind of get off stylistically. And then sometimes, and we'll have to do this when we get to the court cards, we'll have to go back and create a specific chat GPT that I kind of give it guardrails using images that we've generated to say, okay, I need you to stay within this style. But we'll just have to see how it goes. What's up, everybody? We got Squawk, Laura. Hey, Laura, how's it going? But I'm pretty sure that's going to give us pretty close to what I'm looking for here, especially coming off the heels of that other drawing or that other image that it created. Yeah, it's going to be great. So just going back and just looking at what I drew, just to see how it's generating that. Looks pretty good. I can see the redstone coming in. Good. Now, the one thing that I've already can tell is, and I do this a lot with my decks, I will make like the spades and clubs silver, and then I'll make the hearts and diamonds gold. So I can already tell that I want to go back and make the stuff that's silver gold. So we're going to ask it to do it again. I'm going to go back to the prompt, this prompt here, just so I don't have to retype it. Well, not that one, the original one. Take this drawing of a heart pip. Make it look like gold sculpted scroll work. It has a red gemstone set inside. Put the pip on a white background. So this should change the silver to gold. uh, you can kind of, yes, you can hand feed it uh, images. So like what you'll see in later is once I get some images that I like, I can then refeed those back into the Chat GPT, and and I can tell it to kind of use these as style reference. But it's not going to necessarily use those like pull parts from. What it's going to do is going to say, okay, this is what the gold color looks like. This is what the silver color looks like, and that kind of thing. So you can see that it's already changing the silver to gold. It'll sometimes do this a lot where it crops, so we'll have to fix that. But it's doing exactly what I want. Yeah, that's good. So you can see it cropped off the top. I don't want that. So it's easy to just say, this is good. And be nice to ChatGPT. It's good. Be nice to it. This is good. This is the look I'm going for. Redraw it the same way, but do not crop the design. Let's see if that's enough. I may have to refeed it in. Like, cause I like this. I like the way I got plenty of space up top and bottom. So that's what I'm looking for. Because this would be really cool. Because when we do this, we'll have the silver pips for spades and clubs, and the gold pips for hearts and diamonds. We'll be able to put this. We'll be able to put this as foil on the background, so it'll work really good. So I can already tell that it's doing it correctly. I've already got space up top. I already like. This is already clearer and crisper. I like this jewel better. Yeah, so that's good. So I'm going to we're going to take this heart pip. All right, let's go back to Photoshop and let's do the diamond. I mean, all right, let's see here. So once again, just kind of sketch out the initial kind of like design that I want. Doesn't have to be very detailed. I'm just getting kind of the direction going of what I want it to do. We'll make this have a diamond shape jewel. Pretty simple, straightforward. All right, let's take that. Well, let's stretch it just a bit. this way. And let's flare this out just a little more so we can see that detail a little bit better. Add a little bit right there. Very good. All right, so take this. All right, we're gonna take this sketch, do our same process, take a snapshot. Let's go back. Now take this drawing of a diamond pip and make it look like an oil painting of gold scroll work. Let's see. Let's do, let's see if there's a gemstone that is orange. Let's see. Orange gemstone. Okay, what are they called? Citron. I guess it doesn't matter because I can tell it what I want. So, okay, now take this drawing of diamond pip and make it into look like an oil painting of gold scroll work with a diamond shaped gemstone inset in the middle that is orange. Put it on a white background. You know, I could put it on a transparent background. Let's see what it does when I tell it to do a transparent. Put it, would make my life even better. Put it on a transparent background. So while it's thinking, I'm going to go back and use my time wisely. And let's do the club. So basically, start with the spade as always. Erase this top part. Right here, use that. Very similar. What's up, C-Dub? Good morning. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right, good. Let's go back. Boom. Look at that. Put it on a transparent background. Now, it's good. This is what I want. The only thing is I don't necessarily, I like this other kind of dimensionality, kind of how like these peaks, this is more what I was looking for, like had these peaks of like, of the sculpted, and this has kind of been flattened out. So it's very good that it's on a transparent background. That's great. So what I'm going to tell it, I'm going to see if I can tweak it a bit. This is a good start. It helps to be nice to it. This is a good start. Push the contrast of the sculpted forms more to enhance the, where is it at? Three-dimensionality of it. Where did I put that? Oh, I put it up here. Yeah. Because I can't spell. To enhance the three-dimensionality of the pip. Make the scroll work detail clearer and crisper. I also want to enlarge the gemstone a little bit because my drawing was a little bit bigger than that. No, it wasn't. It was about right. Let's do this. Let's just see what it does. Enlarge the gemstone slightly. Let's go back to Photoshop while it's working. This feels pretty good. I need to add a gemstone in here. We'll do, let's see. Maybe we could do another teardrop shape. I just need to make sure that this is all clear around the edge so it knows to put a border in there like that. Yep, that looks good. Let's go back. Yep. See, now I don't like, see, it pushed the contrast too much now. And now it's just messy and it's not what I want. It doesn't match this one here. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna start. We're gonna go back and we're just gonna ask it to start again. We're gonna ask it to do the same thing, basically do it again. And sometimes what I found, if I'm just using a regular chat, which this is right here, and when I say chat, it's just like this conversation that I'm having with the AI. This whole thing is one chat. Sometimes I've learned that if it starts to veer off and is starting to do things that you don't want, sometimes it's easy just to start a new chat. However, if you're trying to maintain specific styles and stuff, I may have to go back. Well, I don't think I'm going to have to do it for the pips, but when we start doing the court cards in just a second, I'm going to need to like create my own chat so I can keep the guardrails up. It's already looking better from what I'm seeing now. It's got the form that I'm looking for. I'm looking for that kind of like triangular pyramid shape ridge. And it's doing that. It's not flattening it out. It's pushing the contrast, the dimensionality of the sculpture. So this is a good example of like it was getting off and getting messy and not what I wanted. And now we're back on track. And it was really easy to do that. Just starting a new chat. I mean, just starting over kind of in a way. See, sometimes it'll do, like it looks good when it's generating, but then it'll do like these weird filters at the end that make it messy, which I don't like. And there's nothing you can do about it. So that's okay. I'm looking at it. There's too much detail in this area. Like too many things I'm trying to get. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back. I'm going to come back and I'm going to refine. What I feel like I need to do is I need to refine this drawing so that it's clearer of what I want. So that's what we're going to do. The first thing I want to do is I want to make that diamond taller. I like the width, but I want to make it taller. And with this round, I'm going to try to be more deliberate with the shapes. Because the more deliberate I am, the less it's going to have to kind of create something that ends up being messy. At least I think so. And I'm going to try to keep this area here kind of void so it doesn't put any detail in there. Now, what I can do to be even more specific, that's pretty good. Don't really like how, I don't like this shape right here. Now, what I can do, we'll try this, and if it doesn't give me what I want, I can even go even further and color it a little bit to kind of direct it even more. All right, so we're going to take that. All right. Put the image on a transparent background. Let's see what that gives us. So I very much simplified the detail to try to get more clearer sculpted scroll work. About to have to make me some more coffee. So what I did wrong is I I need to make sure that it puts it. I need it on a white background. It might put it on a transparent background. I don't know. This is better. The details are clearer. It doesn't have as much stuff. But I don't like, for some reason it's really making it look grainy, grainy and not like our original ones. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back here and I'm going to, because I'm not liking the way it's generating this stuff, I'm going to try to give it more direction. So I'm going to create my own chat GPT and we'll call this pip. We'll just call it pip creator. Creates. So this, what I'm doing now is I'm creating my own custom chat GPT and where I can kind of give it specific instructions and also upload images. Creates oil painting style pips. Okay. Right here in the instructions, this is where you kind of give it what you want it to do, and it'll maintain these rules. These are basically like the rules of the chat. What does this chat GPT do? How does it behave? What should it avoid doing? I want you to create images. I want you to create images based on the drawings that I upload. Always, and a lot of this is like, this helps me not having to retype stuff. Always put your generated images on a transparent background. I have uploaded example images of the style of oil painting and art that I want you to use. So I'm going to take these images that we have that I do like. I'm going to upload them. You are creating images of pips that are either gold, scroll work, or silver. The details, let's say the sculpted details should be crisp and clear. Don't overdo the oil painting brush effect too much. All right, let's see what it does. So now I've given it some rules. And now what I can do now is I can come over here and test it. Okay, so I can take, and see now, because I've created these rules, I can also say, always generate an image after I have uploaded one of my drawings. It just saves me time. Okay, so we're going to go back. Here's the diamond. All right. So let's see what it does. So I'm going to upload the diamond. And this is kind of a test. We're going to see if we can get what we want. upload that diamond. And I'm going to say this pip is gold. Let's say make the sculpted scroll work gold and the inset gemstone orange. This may work or may not. I just know that I wasn't getting quite what I wanted, because I know that I got what I wanted on the spade and the heart, and I'm just trying to find my way back to that look that I liked. And usually, if you don't get what you want, you just didn't prompt it right, or you left out something, or something like that. So I can already see I'm gonna have to redo it because it cropped off the top and the bottom, but that's okay. The only thing I'm looking for is how much it puts on that kind of brush strokey filter. So that's better. That's better. That's closer to what I want. Okay. Good. Redraw it, but do not crop the pip image. What's up, Twisted? What's up, Chris? Let's go ahead and get our other ones in here that we've got. We got our heart, our spade. All right. So it's you kind of got to take what you get, and I don't want it hyper detailed, because that you got to realize what we're getting at is we're trying to create a pip that's going to be small. Now we may do hyper detailed on the big diamonds. One thing it might not be liking is the transparent background. So I'm going to take off, instead of putting it on a transparent background, always put it on a white background. Now, I don't know if that's going to change anything. It could. But for some reason, it's having a hard time with the diamond. So what I'm going to do is, just so I don't get frustrated, I'm going to move on to the club. Create a image of a pip. Wait, let's say take we'll make it a green gemstone. Put the image on a white background and make it have a green gemstone in the middle. And I'm going to say, now I've already uploaded the spade that I like, but I'm going to do it again. I'm going to say, the first image is my drawing. The second image is of a spade pip that I want you to mimic the style and color of the silver scroll work. See what that does. So I'm going to upload my drawing of the spade and also of the spade. Feeling a little better. Had a hard time sleeping last night. Let me see. Now, do you need to specify card pips? Does it know that? Yeah. I need to specify. It just helps. If the more clear you are, the better it is. It's already looking really good. The thing that I've always found is it looks great as it's generating, and then because I told it to make it look like an oil painting, it'll do this effect at the end that makes it messy and kind of brushstrokey, which it's kind of frustrating because that's where it usually will, it looks great right now, like in this moment, but it'll look different once it's finished because it puts, see, that was good. It didn't put on yeah, get it together. So it did a good job this time. This was good. The only thing that, yeah, I mean, this is what I was looking for. This is very, very similar to the spade, so that's good. Now let's take this, let's download it. I'm very happy with that. Club pip. Now, what I could do, it could be that it's having a harder time with the gold than it is with the silver. So I like this. I'm just going to hit create, and I'll just take away these rules. Only me can see this. Okay. And what it's talking about is I'm creating this ChatGPT. Okay. Now I've got my pip creator. Okay. So let's try the diamond one more time and see what we get. Take this drawing and create a pip, a diamond pip that is gold, that pip that looks like an oil painting of gold scroll work. Make it have a orange gemstone in the middle. Put it on a white background. I'm gonna do the same thing I did with the other one. The first image is my drawing. The second image is of a heart pip that I want you to mimic the art style and gold color scroll work. So we'll take our our diamond and then our heart. We're about to start on the court cards, and I think you're going to find it very interesting. Because especially if I start with it, training it and giving it its rules, it really, when I feed it the drawings and stuff in my original court cards, it will come out with some great stuff real fast. Already looking better, but it seems like it doesn't like this diamond, so if I don't get what I want here, I'll just move on and I'll come back to it later. Because the last thing I want to do is get frustrated at a computer. I like that. I like that bright orange. That's good. I'm glad you got some threads. So this is the best one that I've gotten so far. I don't like that it rounded the corners of this diamond, but that's actually okay because I could fix that. I'm going to go ahead and save this. Now what I'm going to tell it to do is, and also it made the diamond not symmetrical, which I don't like. So I'm just going to tell it, make the diamond gemstone symmetrical and make its corners, make all its corners sharp and not rounded. Keep everything else the same. Let's see what that does. You know, I didn't like how it kind of rounded this and the mannequins. Now this is something if I want to fix this, if it doesn't give what I want, I can fix this in Photoshop. So I'm not too worried about it. Now notice how it darkened up the gold? I mean, it very much made it symmetrical. It's exactly what I wanted. But it kind of darkened up the gold and made it more brown, which the design I very much prefer. I like it much better. So I'm going to say good. Retain the design of the pip, but make the gold color brighter so the contrast is more. Contrast and dimensionality of it is more apparent. Let's see what that does. I like this. I like this shape much better. See, it's already brighter. That's good. It's not a muddy gold. It's a little too bright, but it's what I want. That's good. I can kind of tweak that. Perfect. Best one so far. Exactly what I want. I'm going to go Diamond Pip 2. All right. So we're going to go back over here to GPT. I'm going to create my own chat GPT. We're going to call this Intaglio Court Card Generator. Okay. Description. Takes initial drawings of court cards and recreates them as oil paintings. Okay, now we're gonna get to the fun part. What does this ChatGPT do? You create, you take images of drawings that I create and create new images of, how do I say it? Create images of classic oil paintings. The characters you create are beautiful and highly detailed. Now, what we're going to do is the aspect ratio of a playing card is 2:3. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to generate 1/2 of the court card, and then I'm just going to mirror it over. So that means that my aspect ratio is going to be 2:1. Always make the aspect ratio of the image 2:1. Always put the character on a white background. Okay. We're going to start with that. Yeah. We're going to start with that and see how it goes. Correct my spelling. You take an image I upload and recreate it as a classical oil painting. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go back to this file. This is where the magic happens, people. So let's start with this king. Now, I don't want the whole thing. I just want, so I'm going to pull the king off the background. It doesn't have to be neat or whatever. I'm just getting what I want. Now, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take it and I'm going to cut off the bottom. So what I'm going to want it to do is regenerate this. And then we'll end up having to take this and doctor it up. So, but that's it. So we're going to take this original drawing. I'm interested to see how it does the details and the different materials and colors. So we're going to take this, get a snapshot of it, and let's just do a test before we finalize and see if we need to tweak the rules a little bit. So I'm going to add a photo. I'm going to add that right there. I don't have to repeat this, but I'm going to do it anyways. And let's see if it keeps the aspect ratio. So it's going to take it. It's going to make it look like an oil painting. And one of the things that I want it to do that we're going to have to look at is I don't want it to change the pose. Like I want it to keep the pose the same. I don't want to give it so much freedom that it starts changing the composition of what I've drawn. But it's going to look awesome because I've done plenty of tests and it's going to look cool. Now we're going to have to tweak it and kind of direct it to what we want, but you'll see. You'll see. Sorry, I'm coughing so much. Now, I would like it. I would ultimately like to put it on a transparent background because that just makes my life easier. But the main things that I'm looking for right now is I'm not necessarily looking for it to be perfect, but what I want is the style to be what I want, the oil painting style, which it's already doing exactly what I want. And I don't want it to change the pose. I don't want it to change the pose. But it's looking sweet. His beard's coming in nice. That's looking good. The sword's too big. So let's look at what we got. It's okay. It kind of screwed up the details here on the sword. All this kind of looks junky. Uh, so what I'm seeing, the face looks good, but I'm gonna tell it. I'm gonna add a rule. I'm gonna say maintain the pose of the character based on my drawing that I supply. Let's go back and let's say, instead of putting it on a white background, put it on a transparent background and see if that screws it up at all. All right, let's do the same thing. I'm going to see what happens if I don't prompt it at all and just see what it does. And the reason why I'm not prompting it is I'm creating the rules over here on the left so that I don't have to prompt it over here. It just takes less time. It might not work. It might not work as well. So I've added the prompt of the rule of try to keep the pose of the character that I supply, and I put it on a transparent background. You guys still there? I have to make some more coffee. Like I can already tell it's like one of the things one of the drawbacks of classic oil paintings is they're very dark. And that's something I'm going to have to overcome with this is really making the image bright to where you could see it. I already like his face better. I think the pre-order should be live, I think. Let's see. I know Tim created it. Let's see. So it did a really crappy job this time. Yeah. It's right here. I'll put it in the chat. Pretty nondescript. So it did a horrible job. It didn't like that I put on a transparent background. Totally screwed up the sword. Don't like it at all. So kind of have to go back to the drawing board. And a lot of this initial development is just training the chat GPT to give you what you want and to get the results that you want. So I'm going to go back. It doesn't like the transparent white background. It may not, me trying to maintain the pose might be throwing it off. Also, something else that could be a problem is one thing that I could see is that it's not being able to tell what's what, like in terms of material. Like it could take this sword and it not really recognize what to do with this little ribbon, which is okay. So we're just going to try it again with we're going to tweak the rules a little bit. And what I'm going to say is make it look like an oil painting, but keep the details sharp and the overall image bright so the details can be easily seen. Now it could push that over the edge and make it too bright, but we'll see. And it's kind of a thing of like once we kind of go through this initial process of like training it, getting our rules established, we should be able to like then start creating the images that hopefully are in the same vein, in the same style. And there may be some times where it gets to a point to where it doesn't understand what I'm giving it in terms of drawing. That we may have to go back, redraw it, or rework it, because I can already tell that it's having a really hard time putting the sword with this thing wrapped around it. It just doesn't understand that. And you can see right here, you can see where like this sword looks like Paduki, and it doesn't know what's going on. So what I'm going to do now is, with that in mind, I'm going to go back. I'm going to find the original. Let me see. What we're going to do is we're going to bring this opacity down. And I'm just going to redraw a few things. I'm going to try to make some of the details a little bit clearer, like in the sword. What I should do is find the original. Let me see if I'm going to do that. Let's go. What I want is the original that doesn't have all the color on it. I'm just looking for the file. Man, I was not very organized about this, was I? All right. Just gonna have to draw it, I think. Oh, I know what I could do. Let's see here. What I could probably do is just take the original, duplicate it. Let's see if these Photoshop hacks will work. Oh. Yep. That'll work. Now, I may not have to do this on all of them, but on some of them where it's having trouble kind of figuring out the image, I may have to do this. So it really doesn't like that thing going in front of the sword. So I'm just going to take it out. And then let's see what it does with that. Now we're adding a variable here that we're taking out the color. So it could go good or bad. Either way. This is all just kind of like the test phase. Let's not give it any prompts. Well, let's take this drawing and create an oil painting of the character. Could you tell what kind of file to create vectored? No, not really. It doesn't. It won't make like a. It doesn't do. It'll. All it makes is a PNG. It won't make vectors. It won't do that kind of stuff. At least this one doesn't. I could try. I could try to tell it. That's interesting. I could try to detail that it's red fabric wrapped around the sword. We could give that a shot. a lot of what I'm doing now is just trying to get. I'm really trying to get the style down because it'll literally have to be a case by case basis with each card. Of how it interprets the image that we'll just have to kind of tweak a little bit. But see, I need to. It's not abiding by the rule of putting on a white background, which I need to punish it for that. But what I'm looking for now is just that it kind of it makes the sword one piece and doesn't screw up on the sword. That's what I'm going for now. See, it did better, but it's really kind of doing a crappy job of it. Because what it's doing is having a hard time figuring out. Because up here, it knows that this is a face. It knows that this is a face, and so it gets that pretty accurate. But then down here, because it's not a normal figure, it's not being able to figure out what to do with all this other stuff in the middle. So we may have to like change how we're gonna go about doing it. We may not. What I'm gonna try to do is I may just try to do the queen right quick, and to see if we can get better results. because I don't want to, I don't, what is it called? I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater just because I'm getting one bad result with the king when the other cards might do a better job. I don't know if that makes sense. So we're going to take this queen. She is holding a red flower. Red flower and a gold scepter. See, uh, it's not keeping the aspect ratio. It's being kind of a jerk. It's not doing what I'm asking it to do. It's not keeping the aspect ratio that I want. It's doing a good job of the oil painting. But see right here, it says always make the aspect ratio 2:1, which it's not doing. But it's holding the pose pretty close, which is good. See, now I don't want it to add all this junk at the bottom because I'm just going to take that anyways. It did a pretty good job of keeping the pose, which is what's good, but it didn't do what I asked. I want to keep the aspect ratio. So we're going to kind of start fresh a little bit. Okay, let's upload it again. Take this drawing and recreate it as an oil painting. Make the aspect ratio. See, I shouldn't have to do this because I told it to do this. Do not add any more of the figure than what is in the drawing. Put the image on a white background. Now, if I need to tweak, the oil painting style to be closer to what I'm looking for, I can give it like stylistic references. So like I can say, make the oil painting like NC Wyeth, which is an illustrator that I love, or like JC Leindecker. I don't put living artists for sure because I don't want it to like pull from anything like that. But I can already tell if the aspect ratio is correct. It's got her scepter in there. There's the flower. Looking better. Looking better. Okay. So this is pretty good. It's cropping off, which I don't want it to do, but that's okay. I can fix that. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back to the. So let's do it again. I'm going to take this prompt, copy and paste it, oil painting, and I'm going to add in the style of NC Wyeth. Try Norman Rockwell. No. Let's just try NC Wyeth. Now, if I say NC Wyeth, it's probably going to muddy up the figure a little bit because that's kind of the way he did his stuff, but that's okay. We're going to give it a shot. And I'm going to put here, do not crop the figure. I'm not going to tell it to do that because it's cropping the figure at the bottom anyways. So we're just going to try to give it another shot here with the new prompt of NC Wyeth. Also, I'll put JC Leindecker. JC, how you spell? I never can spell his name. JC Leindecker. Now, sometimes when you get specific, like giving artistic style reference, it'll kick it back and say that it's against the policies. But as long as you keep the stylistic people that you're, the stylistic artists that you're in general, as long as you keep the artists that you're pulling from style wise, that they're not alive, it won't kick it back. Excuse me. And I think that's good because that way you're not like pulling directly. I mean, it's not pulling from them directly, but you're not pulling from some living artist or whatever. And that's why I also put in the style of. But this could change the way that the court card looks like. And so I just got to be aware of that. There is a lot of trial and error, but I've found that kind of once I kind of get it trained to give me what I want, it's pretty. It kind of it goes in there. But at the same time, I haven't really done exactly what I'm doing now. Where, well, I haven't done it this way in this kind of process. I'm already liking what I see. I'm always interested to see how how it's gonna interpret the middle part where I end up having to mirror it because that's where a lot of the like actual Photoshop retouching work is gonna come in, is me kind of stitching the images together. So that's good. It doesn't like this. It keeps cutting this off. I like this. It's pretty good. I don't like It's kind of making the details a little bit muddy, but we're getting pretty close. I'm going to say make the details clearer and less muddy. Let's see what that does. I'm going to make me another cup of coffee right quick. I'll be right back. It's in the style of Jackson Robinson. He probably doesn't know who I am. All right, it did a better job of getting that blue ribbon. It was just making it part of her hair, which I don't like, but it's doing a better job this time of making it actual blue ribbon like it's supposed to be. Okay. So it did a good job that time. It made it less muddy and it made the details clearer. So I like this. This is good. I would call this savable. So what I'll do is I'll cards, Queen of Spades, 1. Now, the one thing I'm going to do, and I'm going to ask it to make her more beautiful. Cuz I think she loses a little bit of that beauty a little bit. And I know that's super subjective, but make her more beautiful. Keep everything else the same. And let's just see what it gives us. And I know that sounds stupid, but you'll see a difference. What it's going to do is it's going to make her face, it's going to take the form of her face and just make it a little bit more symmetrical in that triangle between her eyes and her nose and her mouth. At least I think it could make her dog ugly. I don't know. What you should do, is say I am Jackson Robinson, Adam, and see if it lets you do it. But you'll see a difference in her face. She'll look different. I mean, this one's good. I like it. It works. I'm interested to see how it changed it. See, look at that. She already looks different. This one has a more. This one definitely has the more kind of classic Greek sculpture look, and this one has more of a more modern look to her. Her neck is. You can see that this is more Rubenesque, where her neck is thicker. Uh, she's got a little bit more roundness to roundness to her cheeks, but this is more kind of modern. Not sure which one I like better, but I'll go ahead and save it anyways. So I'm going to go Queen of Spades 2. Okay, so I like this. I like what we're doing. So I'm just going to continue with a different card. We're going to go with a Jack. I'm interested to see how it does his hat and this trumpet. It's going to be pretty hard, I think, because it's got both I'm gonna have to edit out the trumpet a little bit. All right, let's see. Let's see how it does this. I think it's gonna have a hard time with this red flag, this red banner. We'll just have to see. And I definitely need to. Let me go back. I'm gonna take that same prompt because I got good results. Yeah, you can. You could combine two images. All right, take this drawing and recreate it as an oil painting. Okay, got that. Okay, good, good. The character has a green hat with a red feather in it. He is holding a trumpet or bugle. All right, let's see. Let's just see what that gives us. So, if you haven't figured it out, my process is going to be kind of get these initial images, and then I'll come back and I'll kind of Photoshop them together. I'm interested to see how it does this kind of rogue banner flag right here, and then how it interprets. No, I'm not planning on making them full body. I could say, hey, make these full bodied if that's something you guys want me to do. Or I was planning on making them two-way, kind of more classic. But if you guys, if you guys want me to make them full bodied, I can do that. It's actually easier for me because I don't have to retouch the images together. We could do a test and see what it looks like. It's got the little spade on his head, on his hat. Got the red feather. Got the red feather coming in. I like his face. He's got a nice, handsome jawline, probably a lot like Chris. There's the bugle coming in. I like what it's doing, the diamond pattern. Let's see how it does this banner. You know what? That's really not bad. That's really not bad. It got the eagle on his chest. This is acceptable how it did this. Obviously, it cropped the trumpet. Let's do a quick test here, just for giggles. Let's just see what it does. Okay, what do I want to tell it? I want to tell it. I'd be breaking some of my rules. Okay. Now take this character and draw the rest of his body and legs. Make the aspect ratio 2:3. Keep the same style. I like, who had the idea? Dustin, that's a good idea about making it full bodied. I like that in the sense that it takes the evolution of this deck that I've done over the past and I don't know. I'm interested. I'm interested to see what it says. The question is it going to just come up with something crazy for his legs? I may have to specify, because there's not a drawing unless I go back and do the drawing. Uh, I may have to specify that it's like a medieval style clothing. I may have to specify that, but we'll see. Look at that. Looks just like Chris, but it looks just like Chris. So handsome. Look at that jawline. Got that Prince-esque kind of feature. Man, look at him. It's not going to draw his full body. If it does draw his full body, it's going to have his legs all weird and see now here. See, like, oh, let's just duplicate. See, no, you know what? That's not bad. He's a little squatty, but for me not giving it any kind of direction on the legs, that's a pretty good job. His proportions are screwed up, uh, but that's okay. Uh, let's see here. Let me go back. Oops. So let's go back to this. Actually, we'll take this. It's a good start. The bugle's huge. And here's the funny thing is, like, it's making the bugle kind of look like oblonged and kind of weird shaped or whatever. But that's only because my my bugle is weird and oblong shaped. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take this drawing and I'm just gonna sketch. I'm gonna sketch the rest of his body. Now I like the pose that it put his feet in. I like that. Let me see that. I like his legs. Let's just grab this. I even like that red cape. Let me just see if I could. Let me see if I can just do this. I'm gonna take this. Let's just see if we can fix his proportions a little bit. I'm gonna take out this eagle. I'm gonna take out the eagle. I'm gonna add some gold trim to this right here, just to give his costume. And I'm not. What I'm doing is I'm just adding things that then I'm gonna go back and then I'm gonna have um, the AI generate it for me. I'm gonna see. All right, let's see if this is easy or hard. Let's just take his legs and right about like that. That's pretty good. let's just blend this together. Doesn't have to be great. All right, so that's a little bit better. I really like what it did with the cape stuff. I like that. All right, let's feed it that and see what that does. Okay, good. Now take this refined pose I drew and recreate the image and character in the same style. Put the character on a white background. It's kind of jacking up his hat a little bit. I may have to pull off the rule about the aspect ratio because it's trying to smash his character into. That's not bad. It's not bad. Kind of makes his torso and stuff weird, but let's notice what it did right. It added the gold trim very well to the skirt or whatever you want to call that. Uh, does it train the AI model better to provide its single point corrections vice several? Uh, I have found that it's to better to give it single things. Because you don't want to overwhelm it, because then it'll just kind of go crazy. Let me see here. So I have another. I have this other. I have this other Chat GPT that I made. It's very similar to this, but it will take the drawings that I've done and I give it a little bit more leeway on the pose, specifically making the poses more dynamic. And I'll show you. I just while this one was generating, I generated the same thing in my other one. So this is the same character. Obviously, it added this, this thing here, but I like what it did in terms of like his more dynamic pose. And so like this one, I could say, for instance, make this a dagger instead of a trumpet. Now, you notice how it made the trumpet go up into his hand up there like that. So let's say, put a small dagger in his front hand. I just call this one Fantasy Master Studio, whatever. I do like the full body thing. It's interesting. It's definitely going to be more dynamic. And it's interesting also like the development of these characters from the original 1896 deck to then what I did about 5 or 6 years ago and then now making those characters full bodied. But, going back to what you said, Squawk, like a lot of it is just trial and error because the whole magic of AI is just you being able to prompt it in a way that gets you what you want. So, like this, horrible job. It did a horrible job of adding a dagger. Like, that doesn't look like a dagger. That's not in his face. Um, you know, that looks really bad. And so, what I could do is I could take this drawing, which I like this one. I like the pose of this one. And I could take it, bring it into Photoshop, and I could try to like guide it a little bit more. Like this by actually painting um, by painting the dagger like this. Hello. How are you doing? Good. I don't feel very good, but we're going. Yeah, I think so. My wife just walked in and is chatting with me. I think you're right. I think it did. I think it helped a little bit. No, it should be fine. Let's put like a little, like a turquoise jewel. How's your coffee? Are you mad at me for not making your coffee? Well, I may take a restroom break in just a little bit. I'll come make you some coffee. So there, I just keeping it kind of, uh, really easy. I don't have to put a bunch of detail in it. All I'm looking for is enough detail that it can tell that the AI can see what I'm trying to convey here. So I'll say I have revised the drawing by adding a dagger in his front hand. Redraw, recreate the image with this new prop added. No. Keep everything else the same. Now I really like this one. I like his face. I like the style, the look of it, and I what probably will happen is that it'll change his face, and I won't like it as much as this initial one. So I may have to go back and add the dagger, make the add the dagger later. Like take the two images and then add the dagger on top. uh, I'm not sure. I'm not sure, Chris. I'm not sure how it determines the aspect ratio, which one's which one's first, the height, the width. So, but it's producing it the way it's doing it 2 by 3 now. So, and that's the ratio of a playing card. Really looking at the face. I really like that first face a lot, and I don't want to lose that face. This one's not bad. Okay, we're okay. We're losing some of the deepness. There we go. It's adding it back. It's funny, like I'll notice things like the red in the cape was kind of bland, and then it started making it more saturated, looking like it's getting the dagger much better. See, it did a much better job of the dagger that time. See, that's pretty good. It's kind of screwed up right here. It's screwed up with the back of the trumpet. So now what I can do now is, if I like this dagger better. So what I can do is I can copy this image. This may or may not work. I don't know. I may just try to regenerate it and see what happens. Let's see if this is good enough. I may want to just regenerate it. Because sometimes if you just do it again, it sometimes will correct the mistakes. And I don't like retouching. And this is retouching. I want to do as little retouching as possible. Yeah, I'm probably just going to have it regenerated. Let's go back. Let's see me. So what I'm going to do is good redraw the image, define the end of the trumpet mouthpiece better. Let's see what that gives us. See if that fixes it. The Adam's apple is flexing. You know, it's interesting that I find like generating these images very similar to when I'm drawing stuff. Like so many times I'll like the first image that I create the most. It'll somehow feel the freshest. It captures the feeling, the what I want. But then there'll be one little thing that's off about it. And then when I go back to try to redraw it, I'll fix the problem, but then I won't like it won't have the same punch for some reason as the first one did. And I find that very similar to these drawings. Like that first one I generated, I really liked the image. I liked the punch. I liked the punch that it had. And like I'm already seeing like I don't like this guy's face. I don't like it's kind of like you can tell his jaw is being softened up. It's getting the details of the dagger and the bugle. Like it definitely defined the bugle better. But in that process, you know, it even like lengthened the dagger too much, made his face a little bit different. And like this was the original one. So what I'm going to try to do is I really like this original one. If the dagger was correct, this would be good to go. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to save this Jack of Spades. We're going to bring this back into Photoshop. There's our new dagger, so let's open that up. Jack of Spades. Let's pull it in a different way. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm just gonna retouch this original dagger out. What just happened? I like that. Now, what I could do now is like I could take like, if I want to add some like detail, like say I want to give him like some pinstripes or something on his tights. I could do that. Let's see here. This may be something I want to do or not. I'm just trying to just doing some experiments to see what I may like, what I may not like. I like that. Gives a little bit of variation. And as I'm putting these in, I'm just trying to, follow the contours of the shape of his leg so they look real. All right. I like that. All right. So I'm going to like that a lot. Let's move. Let's go back to the Queen of Spades with this new idea of drawing the full figure. All right. Let's see here. So I want to show you this other AI, this other chat GPT that I have that I use for this one. It's called, it's called my Fantasy Master Studios. What it does, it works a little bit different. And what it does is it will look at the image and before 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 it generates the image, it'll analyze it and give me a description of what it sees. So like if I hit this, and the rules for this chat GPT are very similar. It'll just kind of like it'll analyze it and it'll give me a description of what it sees. This image is a stylized depiction of a regal female figure reminiscent of traditional European playing card artwork. She wears a gold crown with red jewels, blah blah blah. And it uh and the reason why I had it do that before it started generating images just to see if it recognized what I was doing. And so it's like giving me a verbal confirmation of it kind of understands. It knows that this is not a frog, or it knows that this is not a post-apocalyptic character. It's recognized that it's a European, traditional European, blah blah blah, and she's wearing a gold crown with red jewels and gold trim robe, blah blah blah. And then I automatically tell it, would you like me to create a full-bodied realistic fantasy illustration of this character? Yes, I would. And I hit yes. And so now this will be the similar thing, but then it'll create the full bodied. So it should draw her dress and everything. After this, I'm gonna have to go take a quick restroom break and make my wife some coffee. But I hope you guys are finding this interesting. I know this is very different than what I normally do, but that's the whole purpose of this whole thing. I'm interested to see what it does with its dress. Sometimes it'll look like dog. It'll look awful. But then sometimes it'll get it just right and it'll be great. So I can already tell that I like her face. She's not as, you know, she doesn't have that kind of like model-esque face, but she definitely has that very strong regal look to her that I already like. It's got the flower. It's got the motifs of the design that we have in her little this whatever this was, her little sash. I can already tell it's adding too many of the sashes. Whatever. That's okay. Do like her face though. It's having a hard time interpreting the little. So it got an error. That's okay. It's having a hard time doing the blue ribbon, so I'll just hit retry. I'm gonna go back to Photoshop while we're waiting, and I'm just gonna sketch out a possible ace of spades. So we'll do something similar that we already did, but just more elaborate. Or I might could do the back design as well. Let's open. Let's pull in the spade that we've got. I'm just trying to think about just brainstorming what I might do for the back design. Let's see how our queen's doing. Okay. See, this is a much better job. This did a much better job of the sashes. I don't like her face as much, but it's not bad. Her body and stuff is much better. I like what it did with her feet, this pole here, this scepter thing, spear. I could probably add these kind of blue details, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and save this one. I like this one. We're gonna do a few tweaks. We're gonna say, make her more beautiful, but still royal and powerful. Also, only have one sash going across her body. And then also make the flower brighter so that it stands out from the background better. So that's like 2 or 3. That was three requests. So let's see how it does that. More beautiful and regal. Make the flower brighter so it pops off the background, and take this sash down to 1. I'm gonna go to the bathroom right quick. It totally screwed up. It's not even close. Not even close to what we want. Let's just start all over. It had a AI brain fart, is what it did. That's funny. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, AMG. Appreciate it. So what I'm doing as it's generating that thing, I'm just sketching out what just some ideas for the back design, what that could be. I really like this metal scroll work, sculpted scroll work that we got for the pips. I'm probably going to go with that somehow. All right, that's better. So it did a better job. I like how it pulled the heart, I like how it pulled the flower off the background. She's a little. All right, I like this. Let's save this. We'll call this Queen of Spades 4. Uh, let's just give it one specific thing and not try to wreck it. Make her more beautiful and blonde, because that's the original. What it's doing is it sees the blonde hair and these blue ribbons, and it's mixing them together and making her hair like this gray blue color. So make her more beautiful and blonde, beautiful with blonde hair and blue ribbons flowing from her hair. It may or may not get this. We'll see. Keep everything else the same. Let's see how it does. Let's go back to Photoshop. So it's definitely brain farting a lot. That's okay. It comes as par for the course. I'm just gonna let it generate it one more time, but I'm gonna tell it that I want it to have blonde hair first. Man, it is raining again. We have had so much rain here. And it's just, ugh. It's depressing. I mean, it's been raining for like 3 weeks. And like the forecast is just like rain for the next week. I'm ready to be done. The weather really affects my mood, especially just over a long period of time, you know? Ooh, I like this. This is cool. Definitely blonde. That's good. Gave her kind of a breastplate action, which I like. This shoulder pad. The sash is cool. The pattern's messed up. Really like how it pulled this cape over like this. I like that a lot. I like this pattern here on this. I like that a lot. I even like her look. Let's download that. I have I've also have learned that you kind of have to you don't want to push it too hard. And the same thing with when I'm drawing it. You just don't want to push it too hard or it ends up not being what you like. Uh let's just try to give it one thing. Make the sash come across her chest. Let's see what that does. It's probably going to crap out and give me the cartoon thing again. Now she's mad. But it's putting the sash across her chest. But now she's mad. It's all right. We'll come back. She's very mad now. All right. I don't like that one at all. I like this one. Looks good. All right. Before I go on my break, I'm gonna just work on this back design and just kind of see what we can get initially with it. I'm interested. I'm interested to see how it interprets all of this detail of the of this design, and see if he does a good job of figuring out, you know, what it is and all right. That's not the full thing, but I just want to take this and see. This is a lot. This is a lot for it to interpret. I just want to do a test to see how well it does interpreting this design. Because it could be a thing where it does great and we can generate the whole image all at once for the back design. Or it could be it's not and it does horrible. Just want to see what it does. Well, I got to give it, I got to upload the drawing. Then I'll get I'll kind of get an idea of, oh yeah, it's gonna work. It's gonna kind of figure it out. And it could be a thing where we have to do it a little bit at a time and then piece it together. I should have told it to put it on a white background. I always get better results that way. All right, here we go. Here we go. Huh. It's not bad. I can already tell that it's figuring out where the red gemstones are. We're definitely losing some resolution and detail, which that we can fix by doing it in pieces. Like it looks more kind of blobby, which I don't like. But that's okay. This is a good good initial result. Yeah, see, like we lose a lot of the detail, but it's figuring it out. It's figuring it out. So that's good. So probably what's going to happen is that we just have to create it in stages and parts. And that'll also help keep the resolution high. And notice how it's changing the symmetry of the stones and such. So that's something we'll have to keep an eye on. But not bad, not bad. Now, what we can do is we can come in here and I can just do a quarter of it like this. Let's see what this does. It's not. I don't think it's going to do a good job of this. I'm going to leave out the gemstone for right now because I just want to kind of do a test to see how it handles just giving a quarter. Put it on a white background. Golly, this rain. I'm so done with this rain. I think it's going to have a hard time generating the things that are up to the edge. We'll see, though. Interesting what it's doing. I like it. Very interesting. It's pretty cool. I like it. I like where it's going. It's going where kind of where I want it. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick restroom break, and I gotta make my wife coffee. But I'll be back in about 10 or 15 minutes. I'll be right back. See you. back. Got me a little snack, some coffee. Once again, I apologize for coughing and hacking. I got sick 2 days ago. All right. What do I want to do? uh, I want to do this rooster joker and see what happens. I don't like him as much now that I'm looking back on him. He doesn't look very roosterish to me. That's funny. Well, let's try it out anyways. It's interesting how you'll come back to your, at least I do, come back to my artwork years later, and I'm like, I don't like that at all. Take this drawing of a proud rooster and recreate it in the style of an oil painting. Put the rooster on a white background. I think he's a Coco Moran. Let me see. Coco Moran rooster. No. Americana. Is he Americana? Americana rooster. Yeah. Wheaton Americana. Let me just type that in there. The rooster is a see how it handles that. Where'd my snack go? Just had it. Who stole my snack? Well, crap. I just had it. Somebody's gonna get it. Underneath my phone. How's it gonna do? I'm so excited. Huh. Yes. Huh. Perfect. That's great. It's keeping his feathers pretty similar. Awesome. Great example of the first edition is the best. Love this. Love it a lot. All right. save that rooster. Okay. All right, let's go back. All right, let's go back to our King of Spades. We were having some issues with our King of Spades, but we might can try to do it again. This time it's going to generate the full body. So let's see what it does. Anybody there? You guys still there? What's going on, Adam? No. Let's read. Let's go back. Hmm. I just bit my lip. It hurts. Look at that sword. It's huge. I love it. I like his hand too. That's good. I like that sword. I like how big that hilt is and pommel. Oh, his fist. Look at that. Bam. That's pretty good. I like that a lot. Need to tweak it a little bit. All right. All right, let's try it. Let's try it again. Go away. Just trying to multitask a little bit here. All right, see now, this is cool. I like it, but it's okay. I really like the character. It changed the pose a lot, which I'm okay with because our Jack of Spades has changed a little bit. It's not bad. I like it. I like his hands. I'm going to save this. Really like this. I like his face. Let's see if we can make him a little bit taller. Make him a little taller. Feeling, make this a little bit smaller. Make him a little bit taller. I wish I had a rabbit and a bat. What is that? That's an old song from the 90s. Informer. Like a play. I like it boom boom now. Chris knows what I'm talking about. Chris knows. It's a good song too. It's catchy. That's pretty cool. I like that a lot. If I do so say myself. I remember Snow. He was Canadian. That was like his only. He was a one-hit wonder for sure. Because I don't remember anything else that he did. All right, let's see how it did. So here's the thing. Like, it did a good job of recreating my drawing. But it just. It failed. But it was interesting though. Let's give it another shot. If I have to, I can make him taller in Photoshop. Oh man. I do like this a lot. I like how this is looking. Informer. Well, I like this guy's face. Yeah. Look at that sword. Thing's huge. Nice. Nice. It's going to cut off his legs, though, unfortunately. Very cool. I like that top of the part. Show the entire figure in the frame. Put him on a white background. Oh, excuse me, I'm coughing right into the microphone. I apologize. I wanted to make the. Let's see how we're doing on the king over here. Yeah, it's kind of having a brain fart. Anytime I redo it, it goes back to the original drawing, which it did a good job of recreating my drawing style, but it loses the. We're just gonna have to be more specific. I was thinking about changing the stone color to these to blue. Let me just see if that's going to be easy or hard. Should be pretty easy. Mm. How does this work with like IP rights? Say I created something amazing and company wanted to make a cartoon of it. Does artist own rights to the image or AI own those rights? Well, especially if you're directly generating something from somebody else's drawing, then that's definitely copyright infringement. Um, that's why I'm generating these images from original drawings that I did. Um, Now we're talking. That's much better. Much better. Um, but at the same time, it's definitely a gray area at the moment, I think, because it just hasn't been around long enough to where we've had like instances of, you know, court cases and stuff like that. But that's why I think it's important, like with the pips and stuff and the characters. Like that's why I started with the sketch that I created. You know, and we can go back and look at those. You know, these original sketches up here that I did of the pips. You know, just quick. And even though it's quick and simple, it's still me directing the direction of where I want it to go. And that's the important thing. It's not, it can't be, at least in my opinion, it can't be something where you're just like, you're letting it create it without any direction and not making it your own, not changing it, not directing it, not sketching in before. That's where I think it comes in. I don't like. I kind of look at it the same way as like, you know, for years I've used reference images whether they're like stock images or stock photography that I'll just draw over or something similar, kind of same type of thing. But you got to have your input and your direction, and you got to change it. When I say change it, you just got to make it your own. You got to direct it. You got to tell it what to do, just like a director would do a movie. They don't. An art director wouldn't draw the pictures, but they're directing the art. If that makes sense. Sorry for coughing into the microphone. All right. Okay, I really like this king. Let's go. Let's try. I'm so pumped about that rooster. It did a good job of the rooster. I don't like this guy. He looks ugly. This is one of those moments where I look back on my art and do not like it. I'm interested to see how I end up, utilizing um, the jewel on the end of the scepter is a heart shaped ruby. Just doing a little bit of cleanup here. I hope this image of the King of Hearts, hope it makes his face look better. He looks kind of weird. Okay. Nice. Really like that. I like the detail of the cross. It did a good job of translating the heart shaped jewel. Very pleased with that. See how it took the cross, the red cross in my drawing on his chest? Very nice. Like that hand a lot. Good, good, good. Very good. Very pleased. One of my favorites so far. I know that the I think the product for this is live on the page if you want to grab it. Just FYI, this deck will only be available during this 24-hour live. So if you want to get a copy of this deck, make sure you grab it during the live. Just type in Enduro, and it's the one from this date. And once I get a card and stuff finished, Tim will probably update the images and stuff. We'll probably do the back design next, just so we can get something finished so that we can have some images. Really liking these pip cards for sure. For sure. Mm. Try to make these about the same size. Mm. Not doing a very good job of that. There we go. What I'm gonna do now is I'm really just kind of going all over the place, and I'm just kind of doing what I find interesting at the moment. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to create a border for this character to sit in. I'm just doing some experiments. And I want the border to be first off, let me think. I got to think about the index, like the letters, the indexes. I could do something similar to what I've done in the past with like Mistborn or Lord of the Rings. I always like that. Have a skinny, but then the character kind of busts out. Hmm. Just trying to think here. I like having this full picture, almost like it's a painting. But that kind of makes it hard sometimes, especially like down here on this bottom right corner. That little cape would definitely cover up the index. Let me just do a test here. I'm just going to draw. I don't know how visible or readable it will be, but you know what? It's not going to hurt anything for me to try, but make it nice and big. Let's see what we can do by creating a K or a letter that's that same kind of silver or gold, um, silver or gold scroll work. I need to make it bigger. Let me just do it in the middle. I can take this because I need more resolution. All right. Let's see how it interprets that. Sometimes it doesn't like the transparent background. You just have to see how it goes. Like right now, it's not, doesn't like it. It's totally cropping it off weird. Getting the detail good though. Getting that detail pretty good. I like that. That's not bad. Yeah, it's pretty good. Just don't need to crop it off. Don't crop the letter. Show the entire letter. I may need to go back and clean it up, tighten up my drawing so that the generated image is tighter and cleaner. That's not bad. That's very good. I like that a lot. That looks good. Let's see what that looks like in the composition. Or at least on the card, at least. Not sure I'm going to put it in there yet. But for some reason, I want it big. That looks like. It's all right. It's a good start. Keep the design letter the same, but instead of silver, make it gold. I may need to make I may need to make another one. That's another version of the pip that's smaller, so I don't necessarily have to scale this one down. That doesn't have a jewel in it. That's just smaller. I don't know if that makes sense. Perfect. Perfect. Gold K. Now here's the interesting thing. I could redraw it and make the Q, which I'll probably end up doing. But I would like to see what happens when I say, take this same style and make a letter Q or a letter J and even numbers. Take this same style of scroll work letter and make a letter Q in gold. Let's just see what it does. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, that's okay. We can draw our own. So I do need to make a smaller one of these so I don't have to just scale this one down. I don't know. I still don't know how I'm going to frame it. I don't know how I'm going to frame it yet. So we're going to have to figure that out. I do like this being nice and big. It goes with the look really well, I think. I'm interested to see if it can do it. Yeah. It's not going to be able to do it, I don't think. That's definitely not a Q. Okay. So let's... All right. Let's see what it does with that. I was getting a little too greedy with asking it. Let me use the same prompt. I wonder if it's going to get that little cue thing at the bottom. Seems like it's getting it. It's not bad. Not bad at all. I could clean this up just a little bit. Let me just save this. Oh, man. You guys still there? You got any questions or anything you want to chit chat about? I'll go ahead and start drawing the J. While we're sitting here waiting. Might as well. I don't know what the next moving sale is. We will decide that on Monday. Do you have any suggestions on what you would like the next moving sale to be? Maybe some cut decks? Maybe? Some old cut decks? You like the old cut decks there, Adam? nice. Kind of screwed up that area a little bit. Oh, that'll do. All right. Dark Genie deck? I don't know what that is. The move date is flux. We're going to be moving a lot, but we have to be out by the end of July. So yeah. Very nice. Very nice, Jay. I think I've got an idea of what we'll do for the border. Make this nice thin border. I wonder if I can make like a picture frame. I wonder if like an oil painting picture frame. It might work. Let's draw it. I don't make it too thick. Let's see. Very nice gold. All right, let's do a test with this picture frame. I don't know. I think maybe the best way to do it would be just to do like a quarter of it. Then I could possibly dupe it over. Let's see. I may have to give it a little bit more detail than that. That's pretty rough. see what it does. It may. Let's see. I didn't give it much at all, so I'll be surprised if it comes out something halfway decent. But you know what? This maybe will surprise me. The problem I'm seeing is it shrinking it or making it a size that's not the correct size, which that's okay. We'll figure it out. Yeah. It doesn't do a really good job of the middle parts. The parts where you reflect it. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. I'm going to have to give it more detail. It does have the size correct. Pretty close. Oof. I did a crappy job of putting on a background. Let's let's uh let's put a little more into it. I may have to do it in pieces just so it's correct. I might could do a different border for each suit. That might be interesting. Whoa. I'm just gonna give it simple color commands here. So maybe a little bit help generate it a little bit easier. Let's try that. Let's see what it does. And then I'll just build the frame a piece at a time. All right. All right. So we got our sketch here. Let's go. Okay. Let's bring in our sketch. Let's use that same prompt. It seems to be working good. Also, it has a red gemstone inset in the frame. All right. We'll let it think for a little bit. All right, see. Okay. All right. So what I'm thinking is we have the border kind of around the character plus the letter. Where's our letter? Kind of like that. So, sorry, GP. We're doing the border. Developing the gold frame border for the quartz. All right. And so it'll be kind of like the character is an oil painting in the middle, but then the character will kind of bust out of the oil painting in certain areas. See how it interprets this border piece here. Really interested to see how it interprets that red heart gem too. I should have said a red heart-shaped gemstone. I don't know why it's put on that background. Looks like it's working though. Looking good so far. Let's hope it gets that red gem like we want it. Very nice. Very nice. Looking good. I even like those little 3 dots that it interpreted. That's good. Nice. The gemstone's looking good. Very nice. Very nice. I don't like that it added that black line in the gemstone. That's okay. It's good. It's good enough for it being how small this is going to be. So that's definitely, I can take this and alter it a little bit. Let's download this. Heart frame base 1. So what I can do from here is I can take that. We'll need to make a corner piece. Yeah, it's going to be so small, it's not going to really matter. But I need to make sure that it's within the bounds of my thing here. May have to shrink the character as well a little bit. It's pushing it pretty close. Let me see if it'll pull this off the background. Subject. Nope, not really. Not sure why it didn't put it on transparent background. What's up, Armand? All right. I'm going to just, it's not going to, I'm going to ask it to create a corner piece of a gold frame. It may not work it, but if it doesn't work, I can just draw one. Now create a matching corner piece of the same gold frame. I have very low hopes, so I'm going to go ahead and draw it myself. What is it? Eggs and bacon. You can just bring down here, please. Thank you. All right. You know what? That's not bad. It's a little funky right here. That's not bad. I don't know why it added this extra thing here. It actually did a pretty good job. Let's go back. Put it on a transparent background like I asked, which is good. All right. Let's give it that. Hey, Kleber. Thank you. Look at this bacon and eggs and milk. Thank you.
Oh, what is that?
It's a picture frame for the border of the court card.
Wow.
You'll see the king, one of the kings at least.
Oh, oh my goodness.
And look at the silver. So like I'll draw them like rough, like that, and then put that in, and it'll create it like that. It's working pretty good.
That's really cool.
I'm having to build this frame kind of a piece at a time
Right.
because it doesn't like. Yeah, it did pretty good.
I like the scepter.
Uh huh.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. I forget how to match. How do I match colors? Um, Match layer. There's a way you can match colors. Select. Let me ask ChatGPT. How do I match colors in Photoshop? Select the target layer. Image adjustments, match color. Image adjustments, match color. Select the target layer, the one you want to adjust. Go to image, match color, dialog source. Okay, got to rasterize it first. Image adjustments. Well, I want to let me match colors. Image adjustments. Well, I want to let me do match color. Select the target layer. Go to image adjustments, match color. In the match color dialog, you under the source choose this file. Adjust the luminance color. Okay, I got it. Image. Well, I want it to be a match color. Let me ask it. Match color is grayed out. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Not sure why it's not working. Try it the hard way. Nope. Hmm. I don't know why it's not letting me match. I could, but I don't necessarily want to do that because it'll definitely mess something up. Just for some reason, it's not giving me the selection. It could be that it's in CMYK, but I don't think that would be a reason why. I hope I didn't screw some stuff up. Probably did. I didn't like that for sure. Yep. Just because it was CMYK, which is stupid. It's not doing anything. Hmm. Interesting. Hmm. Where'd my pen go? Let's see what I can do here. We'll just do it live. We'll just do it live. Uh, it'll be. I'll have the same. I'll have the same challenges, most likely, with the back design for sure. That I'm having with this, but that's all right. There we go. It's getting close. Well, not really. Where did my other ones go? There we go. There we go. That's a little closer. Let's take this right there. I also have to remember this is going to be super small. So I don't have to be that nitpicky about it. But it definitely helps. Yep, this deck is only going to be available during the live. So if you want to grab it now. I think we got a gilded version as well. So just like the same our other Enduros. Excuse me. All right, liking the frame for show. Let's see how well it's gonna mirror over. I wonder. I don't think it's going to. Doesn't look like it's got a good symmetry point. We'll see though. Oops. Let's duplicate it. Image, transform, horizontal. That's not bad. That works. And boom, got a border. Now, let's just test this out, see if it's going to work. So far, it's called Intaglio 2 or Intaglio something else because it's derived from the Intaglio deck. Let's put him in front of the frame. Bam. Paint in the background. Not like that, that's for sure. What I need to do is paint this. That. Go to this layer, select that, make a new group, mask that. Yeah, this is very reminiscent of those types of deck for sure, C-Dub. And that's kind of definitely where I'm kind of pulling some inspiration from. I like that. Probably going to end up taking out that middle piece right here of the frame because see how it's like sticking out right there? Probably just need to end up taking that out. Just so I don't, because I'm probably going to end up having that problem a lot of catching that little piece coming out. So I'm just going to go ahead and take that out. Oops. There we go. No, I've just been kind of haven't eaten yet. Been kind of in the zone a little bit. Feeling good about it. Want to stay in it. All right, really like that. Let's get our gold K in here so we can see what's going on. Obviously, it's too big. Well, not that big. Kind of want it to match that gold that we got going on over here. Let's rasterize it. Fill, good. Good. Like it so far. I mean, heck, I could even use that K being a little bit bigger. Let's make it real big. Not that big. We got room. Maybe not. Maybe that's a good size. Maybe I just need to bring it over some. All right, let's just go ahead and take this card pretty far, just so we can kind of get an idea of where we're going. That didn't. All right, let's go to Photoshop. So what I'm thinking is we'll do a big jewel, you know, a big jewel. It's like a big stone in the middle, a big gemstone. Ah. Got to keep the details pretty simple because this is going to be very, very small. It might not be big enough in terms of the scale. I need to make it a little bit wider. All right, let's see what it does with that. See if I don't have to color it. Excuse me. Ooh, drop my bacon. Well, He didn't like the transparent background. Let's try it again. I spell vibrant. Not a huge fan of that just yet. Mm. What I'm, what's coming through in my head is that I'm going to end up using simple indexes, letters and numbers, and simple images, and keep the frame and the character within the frame be what is ornate. All right. What I'm gonna do now is, I like where we're going. I'm gonna push pause on the indexes for now, and I'm going to continue with the court cards because this right here, I like. I like where this is going. I like where it's feeling. So I'm gonna continue this with the court cards. I'll be right back. I just have to go to a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. All right. My plan is just to rough something in for the indexes and the heart, just so that Tim has something to render for the product page. And then I'm going to do the back design, which should be, I think the back design is going to be a task. I'm not worried about the characters now. I am more worried about. I'm not worried about it. I know it's going to be pretty. It's going to be interesting. Just going to go with something simple. I love this is my favorite font. It's called Trajan Pro. I use it for tons of stuff. Let's make it. Oops, you don't need to see that. Don't look at that. What I need is my standard. I just need my standard. Hearts. I'm not sure if this is final or not. I think it actually will work really well. Just having very simple indexes, but I just want to get Tim something that he can render and put on the product page. This will be called Intaglio. How do you spell du? Intaglio du. Just take all this and delete it. Is it Dieu? How do you say it? Hot Shots Pot Dieu. Let's see how they spelled it. Hot Shots Pot. It's Deux. Deux. All right, I spelled it wrong. D-E. D. What is it? D-E-U-X. Yeah, I spelled it right. Let me send this to Tim. And then we'll work on the background, the back design. Where did I put this? Save as. Work folder. Okay, let's try to tackle the back design. Now, this is the original back design here. I'd like to see what it does just taking this drawing and seeing what happens. I don't think it's going to do a very good job because there's just a lot of detail. And it doesn't do a very good job of making things symmetrical. So let's give it a shot. Take this drawing I did and make it look like an oil painting of silver scroll work. I have very low hopes or expectations for this, but let's see what it does. I know it's not going to be high enough res, for sure. But it'll be an interesting test. Any questions? Anything? Just type it in the comments. There are 13 of you here. So if you want to say something or ask something, go right ahead. Here we go. Let's see what it does. Looking like crap already. That's okay. It's interesting how it's handling that it's making it that kind of crosshatch background, kind of a basket weave. You know what? That front part's not that bad. Not that bad at all, actually. It's actually really good. I'm very impressed. It's doing the flower. Wow. Interesting. I'm just going back and forth to look at the drawing that I did. That's not bad. That's really not bad. Is it putting a yin yang? Look at that. It put a yin yang in the middle. That's interesting. It took that part of the drawing as a yin yang. Interesting. Okay. So I'm trying to look at it. I'm just thinking about what it did good and what I need to kind of clean up. It's not that far off. One thing I do like about doing it all at once is it helps match the color of the silver better. So that's one benefit of doing it all together. Did it add an extra flower? Yeah, it thought this was a flower. All right, so let's go back. Let's bring the opacity of this down. And now knowing what it does good and what it does bad, we can kind of hone the design a little bit. Where's my glove here? My pocket. Where'd I put it? Where'd I put my glove? I just had it. I can't draw without my glove. There it is. I'm sitting on it. All right, so we're going to take what we know, but it's good. We're going to simplify the details a little bit here. Okay. I'm going to see how much of it I can do all at once, but we may have to do it in parts, which I don't want to do, but We'll do what we do. We'll do what we got to do. All right. I don't really like that flower. Not a big fan of that flower, so I'm just going to take it out because I can do whatever I want to do. And the good thing is I can, before I go too far in the drawing, I can kind of go back and test it to see if it's going to work. Kind of the amount of detail that I'm putting in. Hmm. You know, there's kind of a part of me that wants to redo the back. I remember drawing, let's see, I had a picture, I had an image of this. Oh, where did it go? I really liked this spade, and I was thinking about using it. And we did do some tests. Did I already delete them or something? I guess I did. All right. Let me just go with my gut here. Let's get our spade pip here. Just trying some stuff here. Just experimenting with some ideas. Not committing to anything. That's pretty cool. I like that. Bring this. Nope. I kind of like that. Hmm. What's up, Kenny? Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Man. I'm not sure. I don't know yet, Kenny, if I'm going to be at the convention or not. Very interested to see how it's going to do all this detail. All right. Let's just stop there and see what happens. We can go back and refine it if we want. Bring this up a little bit. It's going to be pretty large. Let's take a look. Let's see what it does. I'm doing a little bit of both. I'm sketching it. I'm sketching stuff out, and I'm asking it to create it in a style. And then I'm going back and refining what I don't like. Let's just see it. Let's just do a test and see what it does. Man. I feel like crow, as my dad would say. I feel like crow. I know that some of these areas, like in here, I just kind of scribbled, and I'm probably going to have to tighten that stuff up. Let's go back and look at our king here. Yeah, really like this. Yeah, it's pretty crappy. The detail's pretty crappy just because I didn't give it enough detail. But I think for proof of concept, it's going to work fine. Yeah, and I got a feeling that we're gonna have to do it in parts as well, and then combine the parts. Just because some areas like this right in here, just bleh, kind of the telltale signs, just too low res. But I think it's a good start. Wonder what we can do in this background. Maybe make it like a fabric texture or something. All right, that's good. Let's take it a little bit further and refine the drawing. I like the structure of it. We may have to do this in pieces, like I said. So let's start doing that. I'm going to start pulling it apart. I'm going to go ahead and do that already. Thinking about doing it in pieces here. I know I want to do this piece by itself. And I could probably also use this as an ace of spades. Let me get rid of the extra here. Oops. We'll just build it a little piece at a time like we did the frame. And I got a feeling this back design is going to be the most intensive part of it. I'm going to bring in the background a little bit more just so it already tells. No, we'll just do it like this. We'll just do it like this. Just make sure we let it know that this is a jewel right here. Okay. So let's get this piece rocked out. Okay. Just start with the fresh new chat. Take this drawing I did and make it look like an oil painting of silver scroll work with a red ruby inset into it. Make the details crisp and the contrast put it on a transparent background. uh, did I ever get credit for those quartz? No, not really. I wasn't too worried about it because, and the original quartz that I drew on the Intaglio deck were just my renditions of the 1896 New Era 46 deck. So I kind of used original inspiration for that deck, anyways. So it wasn't my original concepts. Would this be the same conversation you have with June about working on a deck? What do you mean by that? I'm not sure what you mean, but yes. So I like this. It's too dark. So I'm going to say make the silver brighter so the details are not so muddy. Let's see what it does. And I may just try it. Sometimes if I just do another one, a new fresh one, it does a good job. It does a different job that I like. mm, I don't like this one as much. It really kind of fubbled up the. No. Start over. That one was disgusting. Yes, it does. I understand what you mean. It's literally like being an art director. Because even like when I was an art director for games, like I would do like little sketches and stuff and say, try it like this. I don't like the. I still don't like necessarily the kind of like rolling the dice as you figure out how to prompt it better and to give more details of when you're drawing it. It makes the prompting easier. Like I think that it'll do better if I went back and just tightened up the detail a little bit and like maybe made some different color values to just distinguish, the foreground and the background. And so while it's generating that, I'm gonna go ahead and do that. All right. Let's take that and define what we want to be the background. It's good. I'm glad that people are liking the Rona decks. Slate's coming. We're having some, like we mentioned on the update, just having some things. We're having details on production. We're having to iron out on the tuck cases. All right. Let's see if that helps out a little bit. Going a little bit further with the detail and the form here. I got a feeling I mean, that's good. It's just too dark. I mean, I like this one actually a lot. That email. Oh gosh. I can paste the email. I'll paste the email. 1 second. Whoa. I'll paste the response right quick. Let me just pull it over here so I can see it. I got to do it in sections. Well, crap. 1 second. Let me get this here. Feeling good about this just because I spent more time directing it and giving it what I want. We'll see, though. I mean, I might as well just use the first one I've got, but it's got the bottom part's a little bit too long. Ugh. Just checking back and forth to my original drawing. Looking pretty good. I like it. The background, yeah, that's much better. So we're really close. I'm going to save this. We're going to go Spade. We'll just go back design. We'll make a new thing. Back design parts. Spade 1. All right. I'm going to say make the silver a little brighter and the background white. Let's see if it keeps the detail the way I want it. I just hope it doesn't smooth out the detail or like the designs. It sometimes does that. Looking crisp. It's looking crisp. That's good. Yep. Come on. It's looking good. Nice and bright. Nice and contrasty. Come on. Yeah, that'll be good. That works. It's much brighter. That'll look good with silver foil behind it. Let's get that in. Not really. I'm doing this in just a regular chat. It would do that if I was training a custom chat like I did with the court cards. But it does get a little better. Like what I'll do from here is since I like this one, I'll continue in this chat, not create a new chat. Because like when you create a new chat, you kind of flush out the stuff from the previous stuff. And that way, if I keep going the same chat, it remembers the memory of it, remembers the parts. I don't know if that makes sense or not. Okay. So let's grab that. The hard part is going to be keeping all this stuff looking the same color silver and such. But this is a very good start. And we're just going to build this. Just going to build this one piece at a time. Where's our drawing here? Can I do this? Let's see if it'll do it. Subject. It's not too bad. Just going to clean this up a little bit. Yes. I have located a place yet, and it's going to be remaining in Cleveland, the HQ, the Kingswald HQ for sure. It's going to be much nicer. It's going to be a lot smaller, much nicer, air conditioned. It's actually a house. All right. Good. Let's go back to our drawing. Let's do another section. Got good results with the last thing. And I don't want to do too much at one time. So I'm not making it bite off more than it needs to. See, now that I've established in the chat this style, I can say, good, now create a similar image using this drawing, keeping the silver scroll work style. Then I can load up that section. And hopefully it gives me something good. What time is it? 12? I think we're doing okay. Gonna have to watch my scale to make sure everything is kind of generating similar scale, because I don't want to scale things up or down too much so that they look disconjointed. See, now, because I'm in the same chat, Kenny, I can already tell that it's matching that kind of cool gray color of the silver pretty well. It's also matching that background color pretty well. And that's honestly the most annoying part, is trying to have to like retouch that out. See, one problem is, I can already tell, is it added another red stone, which it's not necessarily bad. You know, it's not necessarily bad, but I'll have to definitely check to make sure. I mean, it could work. See, here's a good example of like, it took my drawing, but then because I still have the same chat open, it actually did a really nice job of keeping all the detail crisp. But see how it added this bottom part, because it's referring off of this bottom part, and it didn't create this. So what I can do now is, let's see. I do kind of like the jewel. I could ask it. Let's see. Take out the red ruby and ask it to do nothing else. As long as I'm staying in the same chat, it should be okay. I mean, you can tell that it's referring to the other drawing where it's giving me this stuff, but it did create that one big dot right there. So let's see what it does. But the rest of it did pretty good. Like all this stuff, it kind of interpreted that stuff pretty well. It's gonna look really nice with all that foil and stuff. It actually did a better job, I think, of painting that detail on this second one. It's interesting. I like how it did this little dart thing at the top. That's nice. Yep, it's taking out the ruby. Like, this is really, really crisp and clean. I mean, that's a cool design for sure. All right, let's see if we can get it to create this bottom part like we want. So I'm going to take this. I'm just going to I'm going to take the circle here. I'm going to put it right there. just going to paint out all of this stuff. Oops. Man, if I would have had these abilities, 15 years ago when I was an illustrator. I mean, I'm still an illustrator, but it just would have been nice. Would have been real nice. Excuse me. All right. Let's see if that'll do it. May have to start a fresh one just because it's obviously using that first one as a reference. I should have done this with the other one. Because we started a new chat, it's going to... we may have some issues of matching the silver color, but because we're loading up an image, we'll see. I mean, if anything, it just... I mean, there's enough parts of this. I could easily... just... I mean, if it doesn't give me what I want on this first try, I can easily take parts of this, like up in here, and just use these arches to put down here and be done with it. Except I don't like the red ruby. I forgot about the ruby. I wanted the ruby to be on the... just in the spade. So it did. I mean, it did what I want. It's what I want. Let's see here. Did I save the other one? What I'm going to do is I'm just going to take this one. And it's got the pieces that I need. And I can keep the colors matched. So one thing using AI for sure that I always have to keep in mind is I'm always gauging how long it takes me to do things, because there is the element of, I could just, you know, draw this like I normally would traditionally, but um and so I always kind of have to keep that in mind of like, am I wasting time? Am I spending more time drawing it than I would if I just drew it, or the other way around? So that's something I'm always thinking about. This still would have taken me a lot longer to draw myself, for sure. So definitely, I know what, I don't mind that right there. That's good. Okay. Let me just bring this here. Yes, I don't mind that. Let's pull this over a bit. Take this out. And even though I am using AI to generate this stuff, like there's still a lot of work into it. Taking it past just, what a lot of people do that I've seen is just, taking the images and then slapping them on there, copy and paste, and not finessing them, and not looking at the detail and making sure that all that stuff kind of meshes, that kind of thing. I think that's important. I think that's important. That's pretty good. Just clean this edge up so I can pull it off the background a little easier. Let's see if. All right. Subject. Yep. All right. Let's copy that. Bam. So you can tell the blues are a little bit different, but that's okay. We can match that up. No prob. How does that look? It's pretty good. It's a little bit bigger than. Just bring it down. Maybe split the difference. I don't want to scale it too much. gonna have to do an overall pass at the end to get everything matching. Maybe I want it big like it was originally. All right, let's do. Let's do this centerpiece right here. Let's see if I can get lucky. I don't think that I will get lucky, but oops, misspelled like. I definitely think the back design is going to be the toughest part of the whole thing. Let's not forget our rooster. Where's our rooster at? Our rooster joker? Where'd we put that? Where'd we put that? Maybe I have my library over here. Yes. Look at this guy. Look at that. Look at that guy. That's awesome. See, it's kind of hit or miss. Like this is okay, but the detail is definitely not. It's a little muddy, so I can ask it. Make the detail sharper and less muddled, like this image, and I'll upload the image that I like. But I gotta watch because I'm adding that red ruby. it may put a red ruby in there. No. Yep, I made it brain fart. Now it's just going to recreate the image that I put in there. What I could do is I could make a custom ChatGPT and input the images that I do like. the images, but it did a good job of making the detail crisp, like the original, like this one right here, which that is nice. So let me do this. I'm gonna go GPT. I'm gonna create a GPT. We're just gonna try here. Uh, back design scroll work. I want you to take the drawings that I supply and use those as the basis for creating detailed images that look like oil paintings of silver sculpted scroll work. So this is just where I'm basically telling it the rules. Try to always make the silver color match in coolness and color each time to the supplied uploaded images. I have uploaded some images to give you an example of the silver color and level of detail I would like. Make the detail crisp and clear and not muddled. Okay, I'm going to upload some of those images that I like. Let's try that. All right, let's test it out. I need to tell it to put on a white background. Looks pretty good. That's good. It's the detail is nice and crisp. It's kind of what I'm looking for. That's much better. Okay. So when you come back over here to the rules, the instructions, always put the generated images, generated designs on a white background. Okay. Let's test it. Same thing. That's better. Looking good. All right. I don't like that it cropped out this, but let's see what we got. Okay. Okay. Let's go ahead and create. Save. No. This one. Okay. Let's do it again. So this one, it looks good, but it's pretty. The contrast is really, really stark. Looks really nice though. Let's see if we can use that. It's not bad. I'm gonna have to take out some of the sections. Definitely gonna have to do some color matching. Oh, Let me see if I can get it to get the contrast the way I want. Dial back the contrast to be more like the uploaded images. Let's see what it does. That's a lot better. I probably can work with that. Let me see if it'll put it. Just to make my life easier, can you put it on a transparent background? See, it junked it up, made it way too brushstrokey. So I'm going to have to work with this one. Mm. Oh. I'm not worried about the color matching just yet. I got a lot of work to do before that, and I might as well wait till the end to do it so I make sure that it's all correct. All right, I'm gonna take a quick restroom break, and then when I get back, I'm just gonna change it up a little bit to keep it interesting, and for me not get too tired. I'm gonna do some court cards, and then I'll get back on the back design after that. But I'm gonna go take a quick restroom break. I'll be right back. All right, let's save this. I just want to change it up a bit so I don't get too tired. I don't want to get too tired because I don't feel good, anyways. You know, I don't want to get tired. And I can already tell that that's going to be the back design is going to be the hard part. All right. Let's go to our clubs. Mm. Okay. I need to find my court cards again. Where did I put them? These are my new pips. Nope. Need to put these new pips in here. All right. Looks like I got mixed up on my files. What kind of Easter eggs did you have in mind? Let's put some in. If you have an idea, let me know and I will put it in. That's easy. Let me just close some of these files. Really like that spade pip. There's our jack of diamonds, jack of spades, heart, king. Okay. Is it this one? Your happiness. Yeah. I just got sick 2 days ago. I was feeling solid. And then just my daughter had it, whatever crud that I got. And I got it. Here we are. So I really apologize for coughing directly into the microphone. Okay. So we already did the King of Hearts. Let's do the Queen of Hearts. Oh, I like this girl. She's cool. Interested to see how it handles this kind of lacy, silky thing on the back. So let's get that. All right. Let's go back to chat. Let's go to our thing we made here. So this one's I made just for the characters. So we're gonna take this. It's gonna analyze it and tell me what it sees, so I make sure I know what it's doing correctly. And then it's gonna create a full body. Okay, looking good. Gold ornament sleeves, white ruffled collar, accented by red heart-like patterns. Her crown signifies royalty. She holds a scepter like bouquet roses, further emphasizing the heart's motif. Her hair flows beneath a delicate blue veil, so it recognizes the blue veil. That's good, giving the figure a sense of grace and motion. Yes, I would like you to create a full-bodied illustration. This is the fun part. The back design is definitely the hard one. The characters are easy because there's so much more precision that has to take place with the back design I'm seeing that, well, I say that now. It could turn out really bad. It's been doing a good job though. An Edred Easter egg. Yeah, I got the chicken in there. Edred the gizzard. I always like seeing it, you know, reveal itself. It's getting the veil good. That's good. She's looking pretty. That's good. I can see the roses coming in. I thought I was going to have a hard time with the roses. It's looking good. Those roses look really nice. It's getting the hearts around her collar good. It's getting that gold. So that's pretty good. It's very good. I would like it to not crop the character, so I'm going to go keep the design the same, but do not crop the figure. Show me the entire figure. Much easier than that back design. Honestly, I might just end up doing all of the design and then just redrawing it. It might be quicker. No, it pooped out. Let's make it look cartoony. I don't know why it does this sometimes. Let's just try it again. It started making it look cartoony. Did a good job that first time, though. This is what it created. It did a good job of copying that style. Did it get the blue veil? Rich golden gourmet with garment holds a scepter of branch bearing red roses. It's going to change it up a little bit. Her expression is composed and regal, and a light blue veil flows behind her, blending with the roses, symbolizing grace and nobility. Looking good. Nice roses, nice blue veil. It's missing the hearts on her décolletage, but that's okay. I like that it made her chest fabric red. Wish they would have done 3 roses instead of 2. It's pretty good. I'm going to save that. We're going to do it again just to see what we get. I'd rather have 3 roses just because odd numbers are more interesting. So let's get it fresh again. It doesn't cost me anything. Well, it cost me something because I got to pay for ChatGPT, but 3 roses. We got 3 roses in there. Green leaves. Her pose, expression, regal, composed, rendered in a flat yet boldly line style, characteristic of vintage illustrations. Would you like to create a full body? Yes. Make sure you show the entire figure. Do not crop the figure. I didn't ask it to put on a white background. Got 3 roses. Good. Nice necklace. Chest fabrics, red, good. Very nice. Looking good so far, like everything up top. That's good. I like it. I'm going to save this. Queen of Hearts 2. All right. Let's start fresh. Let's get our Jack. This is going to be interesting. See how it does the axe and such. Let me take this other buckle out right here. Man, I feel like hammered horse hockey. Do not crop the figure. Show the entire figure on a white background. I wonder how it's going to interpret the axe in the back. I was talking to Tim. We're going to go ahead and make these available through the weekend because I remember last time some people weren't able to, because it could be pretty short. I don't know. I definitely know I'm not going to go through the night. I'll either be done before then or go to sleep and wake up and do it. But we're going to make these available through the weekend. So if somebody misses it, they'll be able to grab it. See how it goes. Looking like it's getting the axe. Looking good. Let's see the leaf. Like his face so far. It's looking good. He's got a little delicate. I like that little finger. I like his outfit. Nice layers, colors, complementary red and green. Always a good. It's my favorite combo. Got his belt, looking good. Hand on his hip. Look at this guy. Isn't he something? Okay, so it screwed up the axe. That's all right. I do like this. I'm going to save this because I like the figure. Jack of Hearts, 1. Let's see if we can tell it. Have him holding the axe spear in front of him. Let's see what that does. It may or may not work. I may have to kind of sketch it. Yeah, it crapped out. It's making it look like the original drawing, but that's okay. We're gonna go ahead and let this. We're gonna go ahead and let this play out. It may or may not look okay, but if it looks okay and he's holding the axe in front, I can re-feed that through and make it look like it may work. So just see. The leaf is backwards. Well, he turned it around the other way. So it looks like it's putting the axe in front. That's okay. It's kind of screwing up his tunic a little bit. It's all right. I might I might be able to fudge them together. Let's not messing up his tunic. Oh, I like how it did the different colored pants. All right, so here's a good example. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take this. I'm going to take this. I like this. That's good. I'm just going to save this. Okay. Save that. Now we're going to start fresh. Come back. Add that image. And we're going to feed that back in. Because I like what it did with his pants. I think that's cool. We are going to do a tax stamp with this. I'm gonna actually do a pretty simple tuck case, pretty classic. But then I'm gonna try to create a detailed tax stamp seal with the AI. So that's gonna be interesting. I did like how it made those pants. You know, I could be double teaming this at the same time and doing another one at the same time over here while I'm working. Mm, looks good. Looking good. Nice belt. Got the axe in front of him. Nice. His hands look good. Let's see how it is. And look at that. Look how it did his pants. That's great. Really like that. Really like that a lot. So that goes well. I'm probably going to make the leaf a little bit bigger, but I think that's good. Love the pants. I like his stocky legs too. That looks really cool. All right. Let's go to the diamonds. King of diamonds. Oh, this will be good. Kind of a side profile. Let's grab him. Got his scepter. Oh, that's a sword. Okay. It's going to have fun with that. Okay. Okay, let's start fresh. Let's see what it thinks that. It thinks it's a scepter or a sword. Let's see what it says. Medieval inspired king holding a scepter. The artwork features bold outline and flat coloring reminiscent of traditional woodcut illustrations and illuminated manuscripts. The deep crimson robe adorned with ermine lined mantle. His golden crown is studded with red jewels. His expression is stern and regal, with long flowing hair. Yes. Show the whole figure. Do not crop the figure. Put the king on a white background and have him holding, let's have him holding a sword. Holding a sword. Let's see what it does. Do 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 do. What's up, C Dub? What's up? Looking good. Ooh, I like his face. I like his face. I love his stash already. Looking dope. He's looking mean, looking powerful. Yeah. Screwed up on his little necklace a little bit. Wow, he's got a big old puffy. Let's see what happens. Ooh, is he holding the sword in front of him? That's dope. That's real dope. Dang, this guy's awesome. Look at that. Boom. I like that a lot. I like his stance. That sword, man. Come on. All right. Let's do it. Let's download this. I can fix that necklace if I have to. That's dope, though. King of Diamonds. One. It's a really good one. Let's just do it again. Start fresh. See what we get. Like your positivity, Sebastian. Let me go ahead and tee up the queen. Ah, yes. She's got a fan. I don't think it's going to get the fan. We'll see. Or the lazy flower. Uh, let's see. Oh man, this one's good. It's knocking this King of Diamonds out of the park. That's not bad. I think the other pose is better, but this one is perfectly fine. I'm gonna go ahead and save him. I'm happy to use this one if I want to. Let's start fresh. Get our queen in there. I'll probably have to tell it to have her holding a fan. A blue fan in the other. My original drawing just didn't really have the fan. Very easily seen. Put on a white background. That little tiny crown. Good. Got the veil coming. See how it does the flower? Boom. Got the flower coming. It's like opening a Christmas present. Dang, look at those shoulder. It's kind of like armor. That's awesome. Look at that blue breastplate. There's the fan. Come on. Wow. That's epic. Let's see how it handles the bottom. Boom. That's pretty cool. I like that. Let's save it. And we'll do another one for good measure. Queen of Diamonds. I'd like it to clean up her chest area a little bit. But other than that, that looks pretty interesting. I like it. It's just having a hard time. It's having a hard time figuring out what all this gobbledygook over here is. But it's doing a good job. I should just copy this. It's definitely learning. You know, the longer, probably by the end of this, we'll be getting pretty close to what we want every time, because it's learning. It's learning the prompts. It's figuring out how to do it. It knows, it's learning. I want the whole freaking figure in there and not to crop it and that kind of stuff. I liked how I put that armor on her. That's kind of cool. God, this guy's ugly. This is definitely a deck that I look back on, and I'm like, man, this is not so good. It's interesting how you get better as an artist over the time. Imagine that as you practice, you get better. I'm glad you got some thread shirts. I wonder how many. I wonder if we sold how many we sold and how many we got rid of. Crap out, maybe. Sometimes it'll air out. Looking like it might have. I'm going to start another one over here just because I can, because it is the internet. You may get mad at me. Looks like it might have crapped out on the other one. Doesn't like something, that's for sure. There we go. Like that axe. Got his puffy hat. Got the little red sash on the spear axe thing. Nice collar. Looks like it's getting the diamond on his chest. That's good. Look at those puffy sleeves. Nice puffy sleeves. Got the diamond. Come on, baby. Looking good. Keep trucking. I see his red pants coming. Boom! Very nice. I like that one. That's pretty good. Jack of diamonds. Let's go back and see if this is doing it. I didn't like this one. Let's close this and just start over with the queen again. Let's do the queen again here. C-dub. Ridiculous. Pre C-dub and post C-dub. You've been around for a while. You've been around since 2020. You can definitely tell more people are using it because it's slower. It was much faster this morning. I didn't tell it to put on a white background. It's doing that armor stuff again. That's cool. Let's see how it handles the chest area. Looking good. Symmetrical. That was the problem with the last one, was it wasn't very symmetrical. Looking good. Look like she's got some red armor. Nice. Much nicer. She's a little dog facey. I got to be honest. She's a little dog facey. We're going to go ahead and save her. And we're just going to ask it, can you make her more beautiful and put her on a white background? Keep everything the same. Oops, misspelled same. All right, let's go to the clubs. See what we got working on here. Oh, nice. The guy holding the globe. Golly. Who drew these court cards? These suck. This person needs to not draw playing cards anymore. These suck. The previous one came limited and gilded as well, my friend. Oh, she's posh, isn't she? Woo! Gonna have a hard time with all this stuff. Like to see what it's gonna do. What's up, bro? How goes it? You and your sweet shoulder pad. Okay. It seems to have a problem with that. So what we're going to do is we're going to start fresh. We're just going to do it again. It's not hurting me any. Well, let's try something. Let's start fresh. We'll input the image that we like. Okay. We'll input the image that we like. And we'll say, can you make this character more beautiful and put her on a white background? Let's see what it does. My guess is it's going to lose detail and kind of like make things a little more blah. Because if you think about it, I got the rate limit. See, the ChatGPT servers are cooking. It says I need to wait 9 minutes. That's all right. That'll give me time. I can go back over here and work on this stuff while we're waiting. All right. Let's do the other hearts. Let's duplicate our border. Okay, let's get our Queen of Hearts. Where's she at? Queen, 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 queen. Did we do the Queen Hearts? Yeah, here she is. This one. Okay. here. Core cards. I need to be able to see what I'm looking at here because I'm going blind. Where's it at? Queen of spades, 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 diamonds, diamonds, hearts. There we go. Yes. Oh, the monitor's dirty. Burp. I don't like that cue. That tail be too long, yo. Be too long. Let's go back. See if it'll redo it again. All right, looks good. 2 more minutes. It's got to give me 2 more minutes. Ain't that a buzzkill? Buzzkill. Astrodeck's almost finished, my friend. Almost finished. Well, poop. Jack of Hearts, where are you? Which one do we go with? Is this one? I like that one. It was this one because I liked his pants. I'm going to stretch him just a little bit. Maybe a little bit more. There's the hearts. Oh. Oh. Let's see how we're doing on our timeout over here. Looks like it's going to do it. All right. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to go King of Diamonds. We're going to ditch everything here. And we're going to change this stone to a diamond. Okay. This needs to be orange. Orange-ish. There we go. Looking good, looking good, looking good. Looking good, looking good. Scratch my nose. Huh. That's a lot different. But that's really clean. I like that. I like that a lot, actually. Very clean. She's really pretty, which I like as well. Her chest is nice and symmetrical. I like these shoulder pads. Looks good. Let's go ahead and save this. Bam. Queen of Diamonds 3. All right, what have we not done? We haven't done clubs. We haven't done that guy. Have we done the Queen of Diamonds? We haven't done her or the Queen. Let's do the clubs now. Let's just start the clubs and see if we can get them going. Good. Really like her. Start fresh. Boom. Add photos. Let's do the king first. Bam. It's going to respond to me. Man, who drew these crappy core cards? Okay. Yes. Don't crop the figure. Show the whole figure. Put the king on a white background. I'm going to have to take a break here in a little bit. See if this gets started. Okay. All right. Let's grab our king of diamonds. Oh, this is the cool one. I want to see if I can use this one because that's a dope pose. I mean, super dope pose. Gonna have to fix this, which ain't gonna be hard. Ain't gonna be hard. I don't think. Maybe. We'll see. You guys will be the only people that know. Went to Jared's for the necklace. Dang, he's awesome. I think he's my favorite one so far. What's up, Jason? We're doing well. Dang, this guy. right, let's check our other king, our king of clubs. Bam! Come on. Now it's learning. Now she be learning. It looks good. Look at that globe. Come on. He's like, don't screw with me, yo. I'll decapitate your head with my big oblong sword. I like it. I like that a lot. I love his curly little beard. That's awesome. All right, let's keep going while we're having good luck here. See how this does this posh queen. Jack of diamonds, jacket of diamonds. What's up, bro? Hey, you like my spear? It's pretty cool. Thank you, Jason. Appreciate that. Appreciate it quite a bit, actually. Okay. Wow. Yeah. Man. It's rocking it now. I have to fix this rope right here that doesn't go anywhere, but that's easy. I could take this out. Yep. Yep, yep, yep. Did we not do the Queen of Diamonds? I thought we did the Queen of Diamonds. Did we not do the Queen of Diamonds yet? I guess not. So I like this how the veil goes in front here, but behind right here, and then also behind right here, and then behind here. I think that's cool. And I didn't tell it to do that; it just kind of did it. So it's a nice little happenstance. I just realized that I haven't been playing music at all day. It's just been super quiet. It's actually been nice. save. Good. All right. Let's duplicate our frame and make the club frame, club and spade. So we're just going to take this and we're going to desaturate it. We're going to bring the lightness up and push the levels. And then I'm going to put a blue tinge over it. Kind of a steel blue tinge. Color. Nope. Overlay. Bring the opacity down. Just like that. Now, I want to find... I don't want to do a spade because that's going to be too hard. Because they really wouldn't have a jewel like a spade. So we're going to take... we're going to take this teardrop shape. We're going to try to put it in there. Boom, ship it. We're going to make it blue. All right, got the spades border done. Let's merge all that mess. Let's get our spades going here. I want that black. I want that black. You guys still around? You guys still around here? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? All right, let's get our spade pip from our King's Wild court cards here. Make sure they're the same size. Good. All right, let's get our King of Spades. Where you at, fool? Where you at? Where you at, fool? A lot of them. This one looks pretty dope. This one, pretty dope. I like that one's big sword. Oh no, he's pretty cool. I like this one. We're also going to see if we can change the color of his cloak to blue. As well. All right, I'm going to duplicate. Then we're just going to hue saturation. And I'm just looking at his cape or his cloak. That's too blue. Let's bring the saturation down. Bring the lightness up a little bit. Let's give that a shot. Let's see how that looks. That's pretty blue. Let's bring the saturation down just a skosh. There we go. That's better. I have to take a break just a little bit. liking with the blue better. You know who he looks like? He looks like what's his name? I think his name is Campbell from Tombstone. What's his name? I think he's passed away. What's his name? Powers Booth. That's his name. I feel like he looks like this guy. What do y'all think? I think he does. That's cool. Look at that guy. Look at that flag. Boom. Is he in Red Dawn? I can't remember. Excuse me. Let's go back. This guy's great. I like his walking pose. It's good. Jack of clubs. Okay. Um. Oh yeah. Yes, the down pilot. Okay. I'm gonna take a quick break. I gotta go to the bathroom and just take a quick stretch, get some fresh air. We'll be back just in a little bit. Thanks for hanging out. I'll see you guys in just a little bit. All right, I'm back. All right. Gonna continue. Try not to fall over. I don't feel good. Eat my little bar snack here. You guys got any questions or anything? Man, I feel horrible. I feel horrible. Work out too good. Yes, 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 yes. Yes. The AI has an impeccable sense of color theory, way better than mine. Every time, for sure. No doubt about it. It gets edges good, value. I mean, It is a machine. Like I'm gonna make this rose a little bit more saturated, only just because I want it to pop a little bit more. You asked that. Watch this. Let me show you. I know this doesn't. Like I can say, can you visualize the color wheel? And I'm not saying just because it can visualize the color wheel means it knows how to do color theory, but it's got it. The other day I talked to it and it helped me figure out all the different supplies I needed to build a goat fence in my backyard. Like, well, how far is your fence? Well, it's about 850 feet. Well, this is how many wooden posts you're going to need. And this is how many T posts you're going to need. And this is how much electrical fence you're going to need. Because of the length, you're going to need this much power. And here are some links to the different places you can buy this stuff. It was awesome. All right, let's saturate this rose a little bit. Nope, that was the bad one. You ever save? What do we do with that? I think I made the Jack of Spades. Where did I put that? Maybe I put it in here. Yeah, there it is. Ugh. So I'm griping so much about how I feel. I just don't feel good. Remember the lines we put on his pants? That was fun. What's up, Nate? What's up, Nate? I see you, Nate. It's good to have you. All right, I'm going to put this jewel right here. Let's see, where do we put that? Well, I lost it. It's on the desktop. It's the best place to save things is on the desktop. It's huge. All right, got this clubs border. Let's grab us the king of clubs over here. you? There you are. He's gangster. Yeah. That one cut out pretty good. Oops. No, I didn't do that. All right, that's all the court cards. Now I'm going to knock out the index cards. So I'm going to group these. Group 10 of clubs. Oh, 9 of clubs. Yes. No. Yeah, I went with standard pips on the indexes, yes. And standard font. Felt like I already had plenty of stuff that was ornate and, detailed. I have an interesting idea. I'm going to do like a coat of arms for the aces. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go back to this. Let's give each suit an animal. We'll do spades as lions. Hearts is like a buck, an elk, and then diamonds is an eagle or a griffin, and then maybe clubs is like an eagle or something like that. Can you create me a medieval coat of arms in the style of a oil painting that pictures that incorporates, I like wolf, incorporates a knight's helmet, a shield, a lion with blue tones. Put it on a transparent background. I might have it. It's pretty cool. Okay. It's too grainy. Okay. Medieval coat of arms that features a knight's helmet, a lion behind the shield, and incorporate this spade pip that I uploaded. We'll take our image of our spade, so that gives us I'm already fading. It's 3 o'clock. I need it on a white background. Rawr, rawr, rawr. I don't think I'm feeling this coat of arms thing. Yeah, I don't think so. I think I'm just going to use the big. I think I'm just going to make the big, use the big pip. My club design. All right, let me put all these in the club folder. Hmm. I like those diamonds. You're gonna watch this until 5:30. That sounds good, Nate. I'll be here. If anybody has any questions, just put them in the comments, and I'll try to answer them. Sorry, I'm not talking that much. I feel like poo poo. Hammered horse hockey, as my dad would say. What? Yeah. Ah. I'm very happy with the deck. uh, what is it? It's 3:30. I'm pretty positive. I'm pretty positive I'll be finished by 6 o'clock. my my thinking. That's what my thinking is. Mm. I guess it depends on how I feel. I'm just trying to keep it going here. I may stop if I get too tired because I don't want to get even more sick. I think about, ever since I started designing playing cards, just how many pips that I've created and moved around over the years. Mm. Anybody still out there? Spider. I don't like spiders. I'm not gonna have room. See how it does this. What if we call it Intaglio Royale? What do you think about that? Very yellow. It's doing it though. Looks good. Make the paper color more light beige. He's called beige. Less saturated. And don't crop off the edges of the banner. Show the whole banner. That's the color I was looking for. Until it ends? Okay. I'm all right with that. Nate, dog. What is this? What is this crap over here on the edge? Cutting off my banner. I'm going to gussy this up a little bit. Give a little oomph. Somebody's at my front door, I think. I hear my dog barking. Sounds like about me kids. Persian driveway. It's a FedEx guy. Sweet. Thank you. Nice. He's sprinting. What a good effort. I spell Royale. Royale. Royale with cheese. Royale with cheese. I don't even know if I need a banner on it. I don't even know if I need. Well, I would write it anyways. In case he gets mad at me or something. Roy. Ow. Mm. I think it's arcing up. Okay. Let's see if it'll change the words here. It might do it, it might not. We'll see. You know what? I bet I could just do this and no. It's pretty crappy, but might work. What did you do, Ray? What did you do, Ray? That's awful. That is awful. I'm embarrassed for you, ChatGPT. Let's pull an audible and let's just put the words straight. Don't like that either. Well, let's see if I can do it. Oh. I want you to take it off. Oh. I apologize. That was nice. Did you see? Oh, it's doing a crappy job. New chat. Doesn't like something about that banner. I think I'm worth it. Make it a little bit smaller. crap. How big are my pips going to be here? About that big. And they are going to be in the way. Is this my dad? Yes, I like using it. I won't use it all the time. I'll use it when it seems appropriate and I need it. I don't always need it. I've definitely seen some things on on this one project for sure, like the back design that I could just draw faster than having to deal with all the little issues that I'm having with it. I still might do that. I don't know, but I think there's times where it could be useful. I mean, there is times when it's useful to just speed up my process. I also think this is interesting too, just from a standpoint of like, I think there's this misconception about AI that you just wave a magic wand and it does exactly what you want, which that's not the case. While this has been fun, like it's still you can still see that in order for me to get what I want and to have a functioning complete deck, it's still a lot of work. Um, and it's not just a thing where I can just hit a button and it's all done for me. I still got to do all this work, which that's I think that was one of the reasons why I wanted to do it was to just demonstrate that it's still a lot of work to get something that's not completely void of any kind of humanity and still has the hand of somebody working on it and creating it. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm finished with all the cards. I'm going to come back and in about 5-10 minutes and do the um, back design, finish the back design, and then we'll work on the tuck case and I think the tack stamp and also the Joker. All right, so I'll see you guys in just a little bit. Ah. I'm back. What's up? Let's bring this puppy home, huh? All right. Where did I have? I think I had the back design stuff in this file. All right, let's see. Just looking at it again. Not really feeling this 100% anymore. I kind of want to go back to my original back design, since that's kind of what we're doing is a variation of that. I just need to change it up a little bit. So I'm just going to redraw my original back design with some changes with the use of the AI in mind. I'm really not feeling this either. Just hang with me, hang with me. Some will come to me. something will come to me. I do like this. Maybe I just need to tighten this stuff up first. Let me just do that for a bit. See how that makes me feel. Oh, yeah. There's going to be lots of foiling. You can believe that. Wah, wah. Don't be fooled again. All right. I'm going to quickly hit some color on it just to help tell ChatGPT what I want to be what. I'm thinking about a dark navy background. What's up, Nate? I see that you're back. What's up? What's up? All right, let's see what it does with that. I tried to kind of delineate what is metal, what's not metal. I'm going to try to do it all in one pass. And we'll see if the resolution and detail is good enough. All right, let's see what happens. I took out the phrase oil painting to try to keep that kind of like filter it does at the end that muddies everything up out of the equation to see if I can keep it. Make sure the detail is nice and crisp. Nice. Looking real good. Changing my design a little bit, but that's okay. It's not too bad. It's putting the jewels in the wrong spot, that's for sure. That's not bad. I might could take a lot of this and it's not too bad for a first pass. Let's try to do just like a quarter of it so we have more resolution real estate to work with. Let's see if it'll do that. I'm just gonna reuse that prompt. give us a little more detail. That's not bad. Huh. It's funny. Just on my Facebook timeline, it was a video of me 8 years ago today sanding the Intaglio Joker. All right, this is a little better. Still mudding up a little bit of the details in here, but not bad. Let me try it fresh again. Well, it's cropping it, but it's cropping it. That's nice. Added some more jewels. Interesting. Getting somewhere. Hmm. Still not quite what I want. Try it. Make the details of the scroll work clearer and crisp. So that's not bad. It's kind of scratchy, which I don't necessarily like. Let me keep mulling this over here. Let me try something here. A lot of it's just me trying to figure out, just kind of come to a design, which is half the battle. I wonder if I could use the border somehow. Let's see. Let's take the spade border. Just gonna have some ideas here. Think about just making a little bit more simplified and all right. Let's create a let's create one little let me create a border within this border right here. So I'm thinking about a picture frame, an elaborate picture, like a Baroque picture frame that kind of goes along with the motif of the court cards, how we're doing the court cards. Now I'm going to get the spade pip because I really like it. Wait a minute. I've got this cut out already. I don't need to cut it out again. All right. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create like a dark kind of, I don't know, fabric texture, like a navy texture for the background. I may keep the jewels red just because I'm gonna make the background navy. Okay, let's see here. Excuse me. Um, create a dark navy texture with a subtle diagonal. How do you spell diagonal? Diagonal plaid design of silver thread. Make the aspect ratio 2:3. Mm. I think the AI has been working great. I can definitely, the more I use it, the more I see its strengths and weaknesses. Like strengths with characters and stuff like that is easy to get what you want. Um, the scroll work and stuff like that, maybe not so much. It's almost kind of a thing of, you know, I could, it might just be more worth my time just to like, draw it myself, I guess. It probably would save me time, you know. Well, that's not any good. Let me see if I can make it tessellate. That's the kind of fabric I want. What? Uh, let's go back. Let's try to make it do what I want. Make the pattern smaller and repeatable. Excuse me. Looks repeatable. Those aren't square though. See, like this is a good example. Like I could just make this pattern faster and not have to mess with this, which is fine. All right, that's what we're gonna do. So I'm gonna start with create a dark navy fabric texture. And I'll put the silver thread in it. All right. Copy, paste. Hey, good. How's it going? Good. Getting close. The couch? No, it's not to be like. Could be till like 7:30. Sorry, I really didn't have an appetite this morning. See you, Nate. Thanks for coming by, buddy. Mm. I'll get there. Just hang on. Just hang on. I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna get there. I just gotta mull it. Gotta mull it through. Gotta mull through it. Spaghetti takes a while to stick. That's not bad, huh? That's kind of cool. Yeah, I mean, I like it too, but it seemed to be too muddy. I could try it. I could I could go. Let me see. Let's pull one of those up, and I'll go ahead. I'll give it the college try. This one seems the clearest, but I don't like that it. Let me just try this first one. See what we can get. All right. Turn the symmetry off. All right. I like. Don't want this. Don't want that. Let's see what that gets us. Not bad. Not bad. I'm going to stretch it a little bit to make that heart a little more the correct shape.